The land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional land of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda this evening. Rules of decorum at a council meeting. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements, or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in removal from the premises. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach members of council if they are seated in their council seats. The public, unless invited, is not permitted to come in the gated horseshoe area. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. In attendance this evening, we do have all members of council, and we have Councillor Hall virtually, and Councillor Thompson is absent as of now. Disclosures of pecuniary interest, we have 3. Councillor Story has declared a conflict on 11C, the application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment for Ron and Linda Postma at 10516 Riverview Line, Harwich, and 11D, application for zoning bylaw amendment for 650 Park Street, Community of Dresden. And Councillor Crew has declared a conflict of interest on the matter of 19A, Rock Missions, Wallaceburg Drop-In Center. Mr. Mayor, I'll hand it over to you for a couple announcements.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, there's a couple things I'd like to start with. The first one is we're going to have some very busy council meetings coming up, including tonight. We've got a really full agenda. Next Monday, I'll spill the beans on a report that's coming a little later about Dresden that we're going to have May 5th. Monday, May 5th, we'll be having an open meeting in Dresden. The details will be shared a little later on. And then the following week, we'll be moving this meeting to the Bradley Center. We'll be talking about the hub and some other things, so we thought we'd provide additional room for people to come to that as well. So those are things, but tonight, I really want people to stick to 5 minutes. I will be very stringent on that, because we need to get through tonight's meeting so that we have time in the next 2 meetings. We won't have time to defer these out. So the second thing is it's a sad night and a happy night for a particular individual and for us as a whole. We'll let Kathy Hoffman, this is her last council meeting before she officially retires. And I got the back of an envelope here and I did some calculations, and I'm declaring this her 1,000th council meeting. Give or take, it's about 1,000. So think about it, 1,000 times she's been part of it in one way, shape, or form, either listening in, and when she got to, she had to sit through all these meetings. That's probably a good thing. And I got to say as well that I've probably known Kathy longer than I've known any person in this room. We went to school in grade 3, and we both said it was the best 2 years of our life. But so since then, I got involved with the municipality in 2014, and she's been here since 1992. So that's about since grade 3, about 20 years or so by math, give or take a little bit. So she's been fantastic to work with. She's led us through a lot of very difficult things over all the years. So with that, we are going to miss her. I know every time we mention retirement in front of her, she smiles. And so I'm sure retirement means that, yes, you're going to stop doing this, but in 6 months, you're going to be busier than ever. You're going to wonder how you managed life while you worked. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to our CAO, Mr. Dubin, to add a few things to this.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I too want to just recognize Kathy for her years of service. 33 years in this business is pretty remarkable. Kathy's had to deal with all kinds of challenges, very challenging environment for a number of years. It's a big, very complex organization, and she's always done it with class and grace and composure. You know, Kathy, I think, will be missed tremendously. I found her to be very effective at sort of reminding those of us on EMT not to fall into the abyss of groupthink. Whenever we need somebody to sort of say, well, wait a minute, have we thought about this? Or maybe there's a contrarian view for us to consider. I can always count on Kathy to do that. And I think that's something that the EMT will certainly miss. I think it's fitting that Kathy's last sort of official day is tomorrow, which is a day that we're expecting some heavy storms are forecasted. So much like the storms, Kathy's going to leave quite a legacy that I think all of us will remember for a long time. Hopefully the storms will hit Central Ontario and not Southwestern Ontario. She really has been a consummate professional. Even before I joined Chatham-Kent, Kathy had a reputation across the province. She was part of the regional single-tier HR group, and so she had the opportunity to promote Chatham-Kent, but also talk about HR issues amongst many municipalities right across Ontario. And she's been recognized by her peers as being an excellent individual when it comes to HR as a resource, always very professional. Kathy recently became certified to perform civil marriages. So she, I guess I could proudly say that she's been married more times than Elizabeth Taylor. So hopefully she's going to keep doing that at some point in her capacity. So we really are going to miss Kathy, and I know the EMT team are lamenting about how we're going to fill that role. Kathy's been a great individual to work with, and I think the community and the organization are going to miss her tremendously. So please join me in congratulating Kathy on 33 years of excellent service. Yeah, good point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would I have an opportunity to reply to that? Thank you. That is incredibly generous, and thank you, everybody that is here, for taking a moment. Mr. Mayor and Mr. Dubin, thank you for speaking on behalf of Council and Administration. It's a special night to be here for sure. I can tell you that over the years, people have asked me what it is that I like the most about working in local government. And for me, it's always been pretty easy to say it feels like a universe inside of a universe. How many other employers can you go to and have the chance to work for? Someone has so many different kinds of services that they offer, so many different kinds of professionals that work inside of one organization. And if you're a human resources professional, or maybe junkie is the way to say it, in the sense of it's such a great space to get to learn about so many people and the kind of work that they love to do, and an organization that's made up of people who are real people with real problems, real issues, real dreams, real opportunities. And it has been certainly deeply moving to be able to move with the people who have moved in our organization, to be able to have the chance to watch people grow in their careers, watch the number of councils that I've had the opportunity to work with over the years deal with some really tough issues. And you have. And I have heard some of you around the table talk about when you didn't deal with issues and then when you dealt with them later. And I have deeply admired when you have that courage to lean into those things and know what a difference it is that you make within our community. And when I started to work in local government, I wouldn't say it was necessarily a pull to do this kind of work. I wasn't drawn necessarily to local government. But a few years in, I think I didn't really understand the opportunity in it, or necessarily the responsibility that went along with it. And a few years in, that became very evident to me, and I never looked back. And I have been so most fortunate to be able to do work that I love in a community that I grew up in, and surrounded by phenomenal, phenomenal team members. And I won't miss Council Meeting 1001 necessarily. However, I will miss the conversations, and I will miss the debate, and I wish you all certainly the best of luck in continuing to move Chatham-Kent forward. And now I'll look forward to doing it from the sidelines and watching all of you and watching all of my teammates eclipse anything I was ever possible anything ever possible for me to accomplish. So thank you, council, thank you, EMT and colleagues, and thank you to the public who come and support the importance of local government every week. Thank you.
And thanks, Kathy, for keeping under 5. I didn't want to cut you off your last meeting. With that, we'll move into planning.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the mayor will ask if there's anyone present other than the applicant with an interest in the application and to indicate so by raising their hand. 3, the clerk will advise if written or video submissions have been received. 4, if someone present other than the applicant indicates an interest in the item, there will be a presentation by administration. 5, individuals with an interest in the application other than the applicant will be asked to proceed to the podium, provide their name and address, and address council. 6, the applicant will be asked if they wish to proceed to the podium and address council. 7, administration will be asked if they have any comments based on any discussion that may have occurred. And 8, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regards to each item. Notice, if any person or public body that files an appeal of the decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make oral or written submissions to the municipal clerk before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If otherwise eligible, unless in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or made oral or written submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision, including appeal procedures, and any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. Thank you.
11A, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Wairinga Agra Limited, Berry Road, Community of Orford, East Kent. There are no conflict of interest, and there are no deputations that were received today.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant and or the agent with an interest in this application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Wright and Councillor McDonald, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'll move that.
Happy to second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. 11B, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Brian and Shirley Anderson and Brian and James Anderson, 12567 Block Line and Block Line, Community of Howard, East Kent. No conflict of interest and no deputations were received.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor McDonald and Councillor Wright, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Yep, I'll move the recommendations.
I'll second it. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. 11C, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Ron and Linda Postma, 10516 River Line, Harwich, South Kent. There is a conflict of interest by Councillor Story and no deputations were received.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, is the applicant here? Okay. Councillor Sakachi and Doyle, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
And I'll second that one.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
P. McGregor? Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. 11D, application for zoning bylaw amendment, 1000728019 Ontario Inc., 650 Park Street, Community of Dresden, North Kent. We have one conflict of interest by Councillor Story. We received one email, sorry, just let me open it up. For this application from Michelle Burridge, and that was emailed to council earlier today. And we have one deputation that is present, S. Sherman.
Okay, we'll start with a presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the municipality has received an application for zoning bylaw amendment concerning property at 650 Park Street in the community of Dresden. Subject property is approximately 3 acres in area, contains a single-story building that formerly was utilized as a senior citizen dwelling. That use has now ceased at the property. The property is designated residential area in the Chatham-Kent official plan and zoned institutional. The proposal is to repurpose the existing building for a residential apartment complex, and the application is to facilitate that proposal. The conversion would be for 40 units, bachelor units, 1-bedroom units, and 2-bedroom units. And the recommendation is to rezone the property to a residential medium density second zone, which would permit an apartment dwelling use as of right. And it should also be noted that this zoning would also permit the senior citizen dwelling at the property as well. The application has been reviewed in the context of the provincial planning statement and Chatham-Kent official plan and is deemed to conform with these planning documents, and therefore it is being recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application file D14 DR 1925-0 to rezone the lands known as 650 Park Street in the community of Dresden to residential medium density second to facilitate a change of use from a senior citizen dwelling to an apartment dwelling be approved and the implementing bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions of administration based on this report? Councilor McGrail.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Caniff. I do have a couple questions, and I don't know if it's right now I should be doing this, but I have questions that this is a individual company coming in to do these restorations, right? So should we expect market value rent on these units?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I haven't heard anything that would indicate anything otherwise. It would be anticipated there'd be market rent apartment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do you want to?
Sure. We'll move on to the deputation that I received today. We have, oh, sorry, there's a question over there.
Councilor Juneville.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we know how tall the potential this building could be? Is it just going to stay as a single story, or are they going up? Or do we know?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, the proposal is to convert the existing building. There was no mention of an addition, a building addition at all. So, I mean, the proposed zoning, the residential medium density second zone does permit an apartment dwelling, and it would permit an apartment dwelling up to 3 stories. But that's not, you know, the proposal that was provided. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay, I'll go to the deputations now.
Thank you. We have one deputation in person, so Shannon Sherman, if you'd like to come forward.
Hi, I'm Shannon Sherman, and I live in Dresden, Ontario. I'm here on behalf of the neighbors of Park Street Place and any other citizens in Dresden that oppose this. We think that Dresden needs it to stay zoned institutional. We need another old age home. People don't want to be driving to Chatham to see their loved ones. Maybe it could be a daycare or something like that. We also need more daycare. We also don't want the zoning to change because in the past 6 months, it's been a temporary housing facility for a tragedy, which, you know, that's unfortunate. But also the residents feel that the crime rates have increased. they've noticed more cars being broken in, like the neighbors directly on that street, on Park Street. I've heard stories from them about people wandering around in their yards and in their vehicles. So I'm wondering if we could get some sort of report from the police to say whether or not people living in there brought up the crime rate. The people of that area are also worried that it's going to depreciate the value of their homes. And I also think that there's not enough parking there. It was always an old age home. I don't understand where all these vehicles are gonna go. So I think we need more information on this. We need to know, like Jamie McGrail mentioned, is it gonna be fair market? Is it gonna be subsidized? Like what kind of a facility is gonna be happening there? I've been in that building and I just can't wrap my head around all those units. They'd be very, very small. So I think the people of Dresden need to know more of what exactly is going to be going on there. Thank you for listening to me today.
Is there anyone else present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Yes, would you like to come and say some words? Certainly.
So, yeah, my name is Katie McLaughlin, and I live directly across the street from Park Street. And I myself am not interested in this. We live in a very quiet neighborhood with nice homes. When 99 McNaught was brought in, we had theft in the area. We had fights in the gazebo where they hung out and just smoked all day at 9 in the morning. I myself had dogs from these people wandering in my yard nonstop all day, in the yard, up my laneway, pooping, not picking it up. I had a gentleman sitting across the road just staring in my house all the time because we all know the mentality is different with that, and I'm not interested, and neither are my neighbors, and we would like to see it go back to a retirement home. What we need. We have an aging town, and people want their family to stay in town so they can visit. That place was hopping. When I first moved in, you couldn't park on the street. It was so busy. Like, they always had activities going on for the people and events, and unfortunately, they didn't pay the bills for these people to feed them or whatnot. It had to close, and we're not interested. And I can say that the value of my home is going to go plummet if I have that across the street.
Is the applicant present? Would you like to say a few words?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Caniff and Council. My name is David French with Story Samways Planning in Chatham. The report itself of staff explains what is being proposed quite accurately, as well as my planning justification report, which was submitted and referenced within the staff report. At this point, I can say that, I guess to answer Councilor McGrail's question regarding the rents, there's been no discussions to date which would lead you or the public to think this would be a subsidized housing project. If at some point in the future there is a greater demand for that, such a program would return back to council, okay? So at this point, the rents would be based on market value, perhaps at an attainable level versus market rent level, but they will be attainable for the tenants, for the community. Otherwise, there will be no one occupying it. So that I can say. To Councillor Juvenville's question, there are no additions planned to the building. At this point, the proposal is to combine existing one-bedroom units, perhaps 2 to 3 existing units would become one apartment dwelling. Okay, so that is that. All I can suggest to council is there is a need for housing. The province recognizes that. They place importance on that, as well as our own official plan. The applicant will provide appropriate parking based on the number of units, and at the end of the day, be a good neighbor. So I also note that the applicant and his company does have a very long-standing history of providing senior citizens care within the province of Ontario. And it is important to note that the senior citizens dwelling is also going to remain a permitted use within this RM2 residential zoning. Again, at the end of the day, they have a business to run. If there is a market need or a demand or so forth for residential, so be it. If there's a demand for senior citizens dwelling, so be it. Or there could be a hybrid model within the building, a combination of the two. So I'm happy to answer any questions of council. Thank you very much.
Council, do you have any questions of the applicant? Councillor McGrail.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Canna. So my one thought, or one of my thoughts, is the disconnect between neighbors and the company. So has there not been any kind of community engagement other than here tonight? And perhaps there should be moving forward.
Through the mayor to Councillor McGrail, thank you very much for that question. That's a valid question. When an applicant such as this numbered company or myself as an agent for the company approaches the municipality for the pre-consultation process, the staff will identify certain things that has to happen in order to support a complete application. Oftentimes where an application is perhaps confrontational, a public open house or a public information center is required, and I do a number of those. They're very valuable. In this case, the underlying official plan designation is residential, okay? Although it is a senior's dwelling, the use is residential. And at the end of the day, there are going to be people living in this building. It was not identified by staff as a confrontational request. As such, the answer to your question is no, we have not done any neighborhood consultation outside of this meeting tonight. So.
Okay, through you, Mayor Canna. I think tonight we've heard it, and I've heard it throughout the community too, that is your client willing to do some, like speak to the neighbors and have that conversation? So then it's more clear of what's going on, and they feel better too going forward of what's happening in that building. Do you believe your client would be open to this?
Through the mayor to Councilor McGrail, I can't see why the applicant would not be open to that.
Mm-hmm.
So
can I just amend this recommendation just to include with a community information session, I think, if someone would help me.
So Councillor McGrail, if I can get you to put this motion on, and I'll have you add on, and I'll go to
Sure.
Councillor Jumonville to second.
Okay, I will start this motion.
Okay, so the motion, and you want to add on it subject to a
Yeah, community information session.
Community information session.
Yeah, at a further date,
At a-
please, and thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Juvenile, will you second that?
Yes, I will second that.
Perfect. Okay. We'll wait till that gets up there. Any other questions of the applicant? Seeing none, administration, you have any other comments to add based on the discussion? Okay, with that, we've got Councillor McGrail and Councillor Juvemil putting this to the floor. Any other questions before we call it to vote? Subject to this, the words getting up on screen that we're voting for. Is it in there? Oh, Bruce, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'd just like to see the wording of the motion, because I may have a comment about it once it's up there. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I thought I heard subject to a public meeting. Okay, okay, I think that's fair. I was worried about the term subject to,
Okay,
because
that's
you
fine.
can't have conditional zoning.
Hold a
right?
public council meeting with local, okay, perfect. Does that meet your needs, Councilor McGrail? The number 2 added in there?
So just one more other question. Should we have a date by, or is that critical?
Guess I'll leave that up to the applicant to advise them when they feel they can have a meeting.
Yeah, that's definitely fair, and we would like to address this point as soon as possible.
Okay.
It's standard practice, once the municipality provides us with the mailing list, we give the public 2 weeks' notice before any given public information center. So we can work backwards, sort of, as far as the dates go. I would suggest approximately 4 weeks from tonight would be the appropriate timing.
Okay. So one more question. Sorry, I'm thinking this through my head here. I'm thinking that, I mean, regardless, the way it's set up right now, regardless of the public consultation and doing that going forward, this rezoning is going through. Yeah. So I think I'd like to see this, now that I'm just trying to think in my mind here, that this public consultation has to go through, and then I think it needs to come back to council afterwards, and then go on it afterwards, and then vote on it again. I think that's the way it should properly be here, so. That's in what was my initial plan.
So then you're withdrawing this motion, and then you're going to put in a motion to defer?
Yes, I think that's the better, now that I'm thinking this through more, is yes, let's defer this with the applicant holding a public consultation and then coming back after that public consultation.
Do I have a second on that? Okay, any questions regarding that? Councillor Finn, or sorry, you just, okay, Councillor Juvemil is seconding it, so any other questions really on that? Just one question I have in general, what impacts, I'll go to the applicant, what impacts does this have so that we're aware of on the plans that they have by deferring it to, subject to after that meeting, we would have a council meeting on it?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Obviously, every day that the building sits empty without work being done or being occupied is a cost, not only financially but also socially to the community with the reduced housing. That being said, if the deferral does go through, if I could request that council declare that the public portion be over of the process and set an actual council meeting date so the public does not have to be notified again.
Ryan, can you help on this one?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Under the Ontario Planning Act, before the local council makes a decision on a planning application, it's required to hold one public meeting. The way that Chatham-Kent deals with planning applications, it typically holds its public meeting during a council meeting, and this is the public meeting today. Council does have the discretion to declare that the public meeting requirements of the Planning Act have been met and that no further public consultation is required. If council chooses to do that, which is what the applicant has requested, Chatham-Kent administration would bring back a recommendation report at a future meeting, but no further public notice of that meeting would be given, and the application would come back on the regular portion of the council agenda. Alternatively, should council want public notification by mail in the same manner that this meeting was notified, council would move ahead with this recommendation that is on the screen, and administration would give public notice and bring back a planning recommendation to a future planning public meeting as we are right now.
So if we were to add that into, are you good with adding that in? No? Okay.
So you're telling me that if I say okay to this, this is deleted? This is no more? Or is this, what you're saying, that after this, we declare that consultation is over? Because I'm not going to declare that before this happens.
If council chose to declare the public meeting portion over and no further public notice is required, the way that I'm interpreting this is that as administration, we would not bring back a recommendation to a regular agenda until such time the applicant has hosted one public information center. So.
And to clarify, we would still be voting on council to accept it or decline it. We're not accepting anything tonight by doing that.
Not by this recommendation, no. If this does come back in the future to council, administration would again bring a recommendation for council's consideration.
Gentleman, what he's asking for, tell me the process then for us. If we tonight declare that the public consultation time is over tonight, does this not happen then? Or this will continue to happen and it still has to come back to council?
That's correct. This motion to ask the applicant to host a public information center, that would still happen.
It will still happen.
The only difference is that it would come back to council on a regular agenda without public notice on the municipal website and without mailing notice to owners within 120 meters of the property.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think, because it's still going to be on the agenda. You're still going to see that. And if you're watching the meetings and the agendas for council meetings, you're still going to see it and it's still going to come up. But it won't be under planning. It'll just be a regular agenda item?
That's correct.
No. And then no more deputations after that, is that correct? Or could they do a deputation on the council agenda item? Sorry.
I think I have to defer to the clerk on this. I don't know that I can recall a situation exactly like this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would consider that that's an agenda item on the council agenda, and it would permit deputations.
So, Councilor McGrath, are you good with adding that in? The only change is there's not a public notice coming out. We'll still be going through and approving it or not approving it the next meeting. But
After the public consultation?
yes. So is there wording for that? Oh, okay. Magically appeared. So with that, Councilor Juvenile, do you second this?
Yes.
Councilor B. McGregor.
Thank you. If this type of deferral action by council, is that something that can be appealed at LPAT?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This specific direction of council is not in itself appealable. The first right of appeal that the applicant has from this point in the process going forward is if council does not make a decision one way or the other within 90 days of receiving the application, it gains them appeal rights. I might suggest to council that if the applicant sees that there is a path forward to a decision in a reasonable amount of time, that I would hope that the applicant would follow that path because it would be more expedient to get to a conclusion than take the alternative that is available to them.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's important to note that we would still have to get this done in that amount of time, correct? Like we'd still be moving forward quite quickly?
Council's not obligated to make the decision within 90 days. However, it would be administration's intent to bring this back as expeditiously as possible so it can be dealt with.
Yeah, and I certainly understand, the community feedback and desire to get more input, but I know that all of us around here see these planning applications often, and we tend to fall into a bit of a pattern of deferral that has got us into a few appeal situations. And, I would say looks a lot like adding red tape to processes that are gonna go forward anyway, so that's just a bit of a caution every time we see these that, we're gonna have a big report tonight about needing more housing in Chatham-Kent. We know the province's opinion on these things, so I would just be cautious about continuing to increase our costs and timelines when the ultimate outcomes are in line with what's in our official plan and what we know should move forward. So that's just a comment of concern.
So just to clarify, everybody, that when you do a recommendation, you're basing on the provincial code, and to say you believe that if it goes to arbitration or to an appeal, the province will go in favor of what the applicant is putting forward, correct? I want to clarify with everybody on that.
That's correct, Mayor Caniff.
So yes, so that's what we're dealing with collectively is the province can overrule anything we do based on what they're doing. So we can say no to it tonight, and they're going to go and say, is this within our building code? And they'll override what we say and proceed on with it. But in the process, the public doesn't have any, if they go to appeal, they don't have any ability to go in and work with the owners to make some adjustments, et cetera, where if we go through a process within this period of time, that's where we have that ability to do that. Or the people living in the area can work with the owner to come up with hopefully a better solution for all. Is that correct? Correct me if I said anything out of order.
I was listening intently, Mr. Mayor. I think the one the one thing that I could say is what council has authority over under this application is the local zoning bylaw. The local zoning bylaw right now designates this property as institutional, which a senior's dwelling is permitted. The recommendation was to approve a change in the zoning to medium density residential to permit an apartment dwelling. The reason mainly why administration did not identify this particular application from requiring public consultation in advance of this meeting is because fundamentally the property has long been a residential use, effectively apartments in the form of a retirement home, and the use is only changing to an apartment where rooms would be rented at market rate and it wouldn't be a retirement home. So I think it was mentioned earlier that people will continue to be living in this building as it is and as it has been, hence no public consultation before this. So the owner certainly can listen and share information to neighbors, but ultimately I would expect that council sees the same or a very similar recommendation to approve this application when it comes back at the next meeting.
Thank you. I just want to make sure everybody here was aware of what we're dealing with here, just as far as moving forward. Councilor McGrail, did you have any final comments before we put this to vote? Oh, sorry, Councilor Harrigan, and then I'll go to you, Councilor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So just from a process standpoint, if this falls, there's the opportunity to put back on the floor the motion for the recommendation and that the applicant hold a public information meeting, right? Like if this falls, we can bring other motions forward.
Yes, correct. So if this fails, we would go back to that one and talking about having the approving it, but and then having a public consultation.
Yeah. So I just want to share that I'll be voting no to what is on the screen now because I think where Councilor McGrail was going the first time is something that is more in alignment with what is needed here. Oftentimes when we hold these community information sessions and then the information comes back, council hears very valid concerns. Crime, privacy, parking, traffic increases, those sorts of things. But we as council under the Planning Act don't have any authority anymore to say you have to build a tree line or you have to make your fence higher. A lot of those are in the hands of the applicant to just be a good neighbor and have good neighborly relations. And so I think that there's a balance here that we have to have as council, and that's accelerating the increased need for housing. We know that that is a need in all of our communities, with encouraging applicants to create good community relations. So I think that that is achieved in the first iteration of Councillor McGrail's motion. And then I also think that any of those major concerns that we've had or heard, community groups and our very capable councillors can speak with police services, can talk about neighborhood watches, can talk about some of those issues that are in the community. It doesn't happen in planning or at council tables. So I just wanted to make that comment so people are aware who are observing and maybe thinking through whether or not it makes sense that this is planning, or if we approve the zoning change and then direct for how we can improve the community.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I think I heard this, but if this is approved, this could become affordable housing. Like, there's nothing preventing it.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
I heard like it's been talked about as market rent, but that's not a requirement. That's just the theory so far.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I guess I would say there's nothing that prevents any house anywhere from becoming an affordable housing unit. Mr. French, who represents the applicant, has stated that there's been no discussion and currently there's no opportunity to apply subsidy to this property to make it affordable. Therefore, it should be considered to be market rents going forward.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McGrail, any final comments?
Sure. Through you, Mayor Caniff. My intent here was definitely to engage our community and our neighbors and be good neighborly citizens, for sure. I went this route because I want to make sure the process is right. I want to make sure that the neighbors in Dresden, you know, have the opportunity and feel heard, and then be able to come back and give us that feedback. If we went the other way, we wouldn't get that feedback again, right? It would just go through. So that's the difference, I feel, in how I changed my motion, and that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Mr. Mayor, sorry,
Oh,
could I
go
just
ahead.
make one comment
Certainly,
before you
Bruce.
vote, just based on the discussion, so everyone's clear. If the motion does come back as worded how you had it the first time, we fundamentally as administration have no mechanism to hold them to have a public meeting, right? There'll be no report back on it. You've made a decision on the zoning other than a good faith effort that they will have a public meeting. So I just wanted everyone to be clear on that. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Councillor Hall?
No.
All votes are in. We have a conflict on this one, Councillor Story. Yes, all votes are in. Motion passes 11-5.
We'll go on to the next one.
11E, application for zoning bylaw amendment, 85 Taylor Ave, Community of Chatham City. There is no conflict of interest, and we have received deputations on this matter. Second here. We have received 3 deputations via email from Casey Boves, Jonathan Boves, and Paulo Amato. And we also have one present, Cheryl O'Hearn.
Okay, we'll do a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the municipality has received an application for zoning bylaw amendment concerning property located at 85 Taylor Avenue in Chatham City. This is a 1.4 acre residential parcel. It contains a single detached dwelling and 2 buildings that are accessory to this residential use. The lands are designated residential area in the Chatham-Kent official plan and zoned residential medium density second. The subject property, as I stated, contains a single detached dwelling. That dwelling is located towards the frontage along Taylor Avenue. As you can see in the map before council, that the rear portion of the property is quite large. It's vacant. It consists of just grassed open space, and it's bordered by mature trees and fencing along the rear property line and the southerly interior lot line. To give some perspective on characteristics of the area, predominantly a low-density residential area consisting primarily of single detached dwellings and some semi-detached dwellings. There is some medium-density residential development that exists along Taylor, north and south of the property. Taylor Avenue is a collector road. That's what it's classified as. It serves one local road and connects directly to two urban arterial roads, to the north, McNaughton Avenue, and to the south, Grand Avenue. So this road network is intended to carry larger volumes of traffic through Chatham. Taylor Avenue, sidewalks on both sides of Taylor Avenue. The proximity to public transit is close at the intersections of both McNaughton and Grand, and a range of amenities in the general area, including institutional uses, recreational uses, and commercial nodes and commercial strip development along Grand Avenue. So just to give some perspective on the residential medium density second zone of the property. So the map before council here is just to depict the zoning overall. So the darker purple, RM2, is medium density zoning. Beyond that, the lighter purple is low density residential. And then the pink is institutional and some commercial yellow at the bottom of the screen. So as indicated in this map, the medium density residential zone encompasses all the properties along Taylor Avenue on both sides of the street. And what else you can depict from this picture is that these are deeper lots than what's typical of just a low density residential lot. The intent here is that over time that these lands do transition to higher density uses, and that's, that's shown with some of the medium density residential development that exists along Taylor and what this application is proposing. The types of land uses that are permitted in terms of medium density would include row house dwelling, fourplex dwelling, and apartment dwelling. And just to give some perspective on regulations of the zoning bylaw for an apartment dwelling use, it has a maximum height of approximately 3 stories, maximum density of 75 units per hectare, and then the building setback for an apartment in the RM2 zone would be 7.62 meters or 25 feet from all lot lines. So this specific proposal is to redevelop the property. So it's to remove the single detached dwelling and redevelop the property with a new residential apartment with a total of up to 70 units and a building up to 5 stories in height. It includes a storage building and associated off-street parking for the balance of the lands. It's a single access from Taylor Avenue, and that will remain. So the purpose of the zoning bylaw, like I said, the current zoning does permit an apartment dwelling use as of right, but the proposal does not meet specific regulations. So the application is to deal with an increase in building height, increase in density, and to deal with some building setbacks from lot lines, which I'll get to now. So the recommendation before council is to rezone the property to a site-specific residential medium density second zone. It would be placed into exception 1748, and these regulations will apply specifically to an apartment dwelling use, which is intended by the application. And to go over each of the regulations that are being proposed for this site-specific zoning, it would allow a maximum height of 16.76 meters, which equates to 5 stories. So the difference is from a 3-story allowable building height to 5 stories. Increase in maximum density to 125 units, which would equal to 70 units, or up to 70 units as proposed by the application. In terms of building setbacks from property lines, the zoning bylaw regulates this. So any building or any residential apartment building, such as this case, above 3 stories, the regulation is 1/2 of the building height is the setback requirement from interior side yard lot lines and the rear lot line. So this is being applied, or this was used in the analysis of this application. So try to depict the different property lines here. So the green property line is the interior side yard north. This requirement or building setback from this lot line would be 1/2 of the building height, which equates to approximately 8.4 meters. The proposal would meet that setback requirement. So that would be, it would meet the setback requirement from the dwellings on Carolinian Place to the north. Next to the rear property line, which is the blue line, the proposal would be to establish a 7.6 meter setback, building setback from this property line. Now, obviously, this is deficient from the half building height requirement, which is 8.34. But what was taken into consideration was the former railway that is just to the rear of this this property line, which adds an additional 14 meters. So it goes well beyond the 8.34 meter setback. Next is the interior side yard setback on the south, which is depicted by the yellow line. This is deficient as well. It's the proposals for 6.10 meter setback, so it's deficient from the 8.34 required. As you can see in this picture, that the assessment was really that the building setback is adequate because the lands that abut the property to the south are just vacant lands, the rear lands of a single detached dwelling lot that abuts the property. The regulations will also address and allow for parking and a sidewalk to be utilized in the front yard, and the accessory building was requested by the applicant that the accessory building or storage building maintain a 6-meter building setback from all lot lines. So this depicts what the intent or the recommendation is for the site-specific zoning. So with that, the application has been reviewed in the context of the provincial planning statement, and Chatham-Kent official plan is deemed to comply with these land use planning documents, and it is being recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application file D14C0625F concerning lands known as 85 Taylor Avenue in the community of Chatham City to rezone the lands to residential medium density second, exception 1748, to allow the following regulations to an apartment, the following regulations to an apartment dwelling use. 1, maximum building height of 16.76 meters or 5 stories. 2, maximum density, 125 dwelling units per hectare. 3, minimum interior side yard setback, southerly side yard, 6.10 meters. 4, minimum interior side yard setback, northerly side yard, 1/2 of the building height, but not less than 7.62 meters. 5, minimum rear yard depth, 7.6 meters. 6, exempt the property from section 4.19 Q1 to permit the full width of the front yard area to be used for parking, driveway, and sidewalk uses. And finally, any building or structure accessory to an apartment dwelling use to maintain a minimum 6-meter building setback from all side and rear lot lines be approved and the implementing bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions of administration? Seeing none, we'll move into deputations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one that had submitted this morning, and Cheryl O'Hearn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Kirstel O'Hearn, for the record, and I reside at 83 Taylor Avenue, Chatham, Ontario. I have some concerns about the proposing bylaw that we're talking about, file D14C/06/25/F, for the apartment going up at 85 Taylor Avenue, Chatham, Ontario. My concerns are as follow. May we be informed as to what type of apartment building will be going up? Will it be community living, senior living, affordable living, or market value? My second concern, what measures will be put into place for privacy, i.e. fencing, tree lines? I have 7 young grandchildren that play in the backyard all the time, and my main concern is privacy for them. I don't want people staring at them. And my third concern is, will there be damages to my property and others during construction? And if there is, will the contractor be responsible for any? Okay. I do understand that housing is a necessity here. I just think the 5-story would be a little bit too high. It would be an invasion of privacy. There are another 2, we've cleaned up Taylor Avenue from the crime rate. I'm quite proud of what we've did. I'm quite proud to live on Taylor Ave, and I'm proud of all our neighbors who live on Taylor Ave for all the help that they have did in keeping our street cleaned up from the crime. Will this impact the crime again in our area? I would hope not, but that is the concern of mine with having young grandchildren. And will our sewers be able to handle the additional flow from the extra usage for the proposed units going up? And thank you for taking time to listen to me and to my concerns and of my fellow neighbors. Thank you.
Is the applicant here? Would you like to respond to the questions? Sorry? Oh, sorry. Sorry, is there anyone else present other than the applicant or agent with an interest in this application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Yes, would you like to come and speak? Okay.
Hi, my name's Keely Toms, and I'm just raising a similar concern to the lady who spoke. Our concern is the height of the building. I understand the need for housing. What I have a problem with is an extra 2 stories on the allowable height right now, and the privacy. The families that have moved into the neighbourhood around the area that this proposal is for did so with a view to being able to use the pool, have the children outside playing and not feel that they were being overlooked. And an extra 2 stories just does not work for us. I think it questions privacy. You have no idea who's looking out over you, and that's not something that any of us feel safe with. So that is a huge concern. And I think also that by allowing this now, we are setting a precedent for what's coming next. You know, we know there's more housing needed. Does that mean that every time a vacant lot appears, someone's going to pop in and build a multi-storey dwelling for more families? I know we need the housing, I do, but do we have to keep going higher and higher over existing families? That feels unsafe, especially when there's a fantastic schooling in the district. You know, we have people moving into the area specifically for the children to go to these amazing schools. And I've not spoken to anyone yet who's happy at the thought of having their children overlooked. This is directly looking over their gardens and their pools. So thank you for listening to me. I hope you consider this. Thank you.
Is the applicant here? So would you like to come up and make some comments? Was there another deputation? Sorry, put up your hand, please. If there, yes, okay. Sorry, I'll hold you off. We got one more deputation here. Come on up.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I wanted to speak on behalf of my mother, Crystal Hearn, who just spoke. We do have other issues regarding traffic. They say that it's a collector road. It's very, very low traffic. Parking is also an issue, as they want to take this 70-unit building as proposed. There's not an adequate parking for that. Another issue that she was supposed to say was property damage while they're doing this construction. The current single dwelling house that is there is very close to ours, and we had problems when we did our addition there. When they demolished that, if there's any problems with our foundation, how does that work? Who's going to pay for that to repair our property? Another thing too, like this property has been in our family for 3 generations. I'm hoping to be the 4th one to take it over. We have 2 properties there, which are directly in front of where this building is going to be. As she mentioned, she has 7 grandchildren. I don't feel safe. Single bedroom units, that's not very family oriented, in my opinion. Kind of concerned on the people that are going to be the retirement place. Perfectly great. I would love that. They referred to us having a fence around there. It's an old wire fence because this used to be a farm property. When my great-grandmother owned it, it was a farm. We still have a barn in our backyard. No current animals, but we still have that barn there. It's nostalgic. I feel also too that we were set up for this without being able to have time to obtain legal representation in a properly manner. We received this by mail 3 days prior to having to have our inputs put in and our oppositions put in, which I think is an absolute outrage, considering at the time with the postal disruption, this is just an outrage to me. And also too, as for the sewer system, yes, it is a collector road, quote unquote, from Grand Ave to McNaughton. It is not a high traffic area, and these, the storm drains, sewer drains, the water lines, everything was put in place. I do not know the exact date, but I'm gonna guess roughly over 25 years ago. And we already have drainage issues as it is, especially on our property in particular. That backyard, like where they plan to put this building, most of the water from our property drains back there. So now when they raise that up, put curbs all the way around it, and cover that property in mostly concrete and asphalt, what's going to happen to us now? Now we are going to flood even more than we already do. We have a lot of issues. I understand that it is zoned to be an apartment building, but I highly, highly dislike, for so many reasons that I don't have enough time, about this amendment to go 5 stories, because it's unsightly for everybody, all the people on Valley Road behind us, all the people in the subdivision to the left of us, and not only that, but all the neighbors there's multiple neighbors that have been there for multiple generations, where this is our kind of, forever home type of deal. If it's okay. So I highly oppose this. Like, there's nothing that has been said to us about fencing, like privacy fencing. Currently right there, as I said, it's a little chicken wire fence. Like, the squares are this big by this big. No privacy at all, other than that was a vacant lot. And we were family friends with the people who sold this property. My great-grandmother was. The person who sold it, that inherited this property, did not care about any of the family or neighbors, anything like that. And with that, I will end my statement. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Sorry, I've missed a couple people here. I want to make sure. Okay, the applicant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some information that I wanted to put up on the screen that was emailed earlier that I was told I'd have access to. Yes, thank you. I'm assuming this is what advances the slides. Administration's done a good job at explaining the details of this, so I'll try to focus on what the comments have been from the public. This obviously is the aerial view of the property and the location of 85 Taylor. Again, the site plan was presented to council as well. I want to put this aerial perspective up on the screen here because I think this helps in just addressing some of the concerns that have come up. I'll speak directly to what's been said up to this point. The intent of the building is market rent. It's not specifically for seniors. Seniors could certainly live there. It's not specifically being built as affordable. The reason for more units and smaller units is there is a demand out there for apartment dwellings for single people or perhaps a couple that is retiring or perhaps lives down south during the winter. So there is a demand out there. I have a sister-in-law and a son that would probably love apartments in this building. Impact during construction, obviously it's a concern for the residents. There's going to be noise, there's going to be dust. There's no way to avoid that with any construction project, whether it's a single family home or an apartment. In terms of any damage, contractors have to have insurance, have to have liability insurance to cover damages. It's always recommended to surrounding neighbors that they take any pictures prior to construction, just so they have their own records to go on moving forward. Service capacity in the area, as mentioned, this property, or the road, was rebuilt a number of years ago, but the services were installed with the intent that this area was going to intensify, hence the medium-density residential development. So there hasn't been any indication from the municipality that there is a service concern for any of the water, storm, or sanitary services. And just to expand on that in terms of stormwater management, as part of the site plan approval process that this will have to go through with municipality, they will be required to maintain their water on their own lot and drain it away. It is a valid concern that was raised. If there is overland flow from neighboring lots across this lot, that is going to have to be addressed. As part of that, we're quite willing to work with the residents, knowing that this is an older area and that is a common concern. I've run across it myself several times as a municipal planner. Traffic, again, that was not something that was identified by administration as being a concern, being an issue in the area because of it being a local collector road. Parking, we are providing all of the required parking on this site for this building based on the requirements in the zoning bylaw. The provision of fencing around this property is certainly something that will be discussed during the site plan approval process, and I suspect will very much be an inclusion because it is a parking lot that is abutting on existing residential properties. I'll speak just briefly to the notice component of this as well, and this came up in the item before this. We did engage the public on this. We mailed out letters to each of the surrounding neighbors and provided time to comment on this. I did receive a number of comments from residents. I received a couple of phone calls. I also received some texts, and I have been corresponding with those residents, trying to keep them apprised of what's going on going forward, and certainly what input that they can have into the process. And that was above and beyond the notice of public meeting for this particular meeting. These are elevations of the building. This is what it'll look like. This is looking from the parking lot as you're coming in. One thing I should notice, because we're going to get into this privacy issue a little bit, the building's oriented east-west so that the windows face that direction. You'll notice that the north-south ends, which are closest to the lot line, do not have any windows, so they will not be directly overlooking the lots on the end of Carolinian Place. And you'll see the same at the other end. There are no windows. I'll also note that there's no balconies. So we're not encouraging people outside. There is amenity space elsewhere on the property, but these are not being built with exterior balconies. This gives a little perspective of the storage facility that's being built on the property. Just to answer what curiosity there might be about that, most apartment buildings have storage for residents. That's what this will be. This will be storage lockers that will be provided outside of the building for residents, so anybody that has a bike doesn't have to wrestle it in and out of the elevator and through the hallways. These are some aerial views that we took, as you can see, quite a while ago from the snow on the ground. This just gives a perspective from Valley Road, and you'll notice there is a tree row along the back of the property. The building was placed on the property with the intention of utilizing these existing trees as both screening and buffering from the residents to help safeguard some element of the privacy. As I mentioned, the building's faced east-west, and this lot has some certain advantages because there are a number of mature trees because this is an older area. This is looking higher up towards Valley Road. Again, this is the specific tree row. This would be not necessarily looking from the roof of the building, but gives you some perspective of what you'd be looking at from the apartment unit windows. I also wanted to point out too, the applicant provided these. These are pictures of some apartment buildings that were recently approved. These are both of the Parola units on Park Avenue and their proximity to existing homes along Bristol and other units that were on Park. And this was also a recent apartment that was approved in Tilbury, similar height to ours. This is a 5-story building as well. And this backs onto houses in a single detached residential subdivision in Tilbury. There was one neighbor that I've been conversing with probably more than any other one that was concerned about the privacy issue. This kind of gives a perspective. The front face of the building, you'll notice the blue line on the screen, is roughly 118 feet from that neighbor. And as I mentioned, the building's oriented east-west, so it's about a 45-degree angle from the windows to the neighbor's property. They were concerned about screening, very large mature trees being planted along here. As I mentioned, we're fine with fencing, and we're certainly happy to discuss other alternatives, but as I mentioned, the building's been placed on the property to try to take advantage of the existing mature trees and use those as screening from the privacy standpoint. I think I've went over most of this, and again, concerns that were mentioned, traffic we've addressed, noise of the construction you just can't get away from. I think there's been some mention about potential crime, and as one of the residents mentioned, this area has been not problematic as of late, and my conversations with one of our Chatham-Kent Police Service officers said this area has dramatically improved since he started as an officer several years ago. And then lastly, we'll be obviously subject to site plan approval moving forward, so issues that come up tonight or anything that comes out of council can be addressed at that time. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Council, you have any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, administrate. Oh, Councillor Crew.
Thank you. You mentioned the timing of the notices. How much time did they get? You spoke about, you didn't say how much time.
Our notice was sent out quite a few weeks ago. We gave notice, and then we'd like comment by such and such a date. I received comment after that. They were given at least 2 to 3 weeks in our notice, and then there was notice from the municipality on top of that. But I think it did kind of coincide with the postal strike, so.
Okay, and the trees and fencing and things like that, those are things correct me if I'm wrong, but those are things we can't ask them to do as council like we used to be able to do. Is that correct? Doesn't matter who answers me, I'm not particular.
We'll refer that question.
Okay, all right. That's all I had for you. Thank you, Rob.
Okay, with that, administration, anything you'd like to add to this?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. The only thing I'd like to add just in terms of the notices, so as Mr. Brown pointed out, there was a requirement for the application submission that the developer send out notice initially. I'd also like to point out that they've submitted a planning justification report with the application submission that summarized the comments that they received at that time. Following that notice, the municipality then sent out 2 notices, separate notices. So there's a notice of complete application that was sent. I don't have the dates in front of me. So that was a prior notice, and then probably a couple of weeks at minimum, the notice of this public meeting was sent as well. So yeah, there was fair notice that was sent. I just want to make that comment. Thanks.
And Councillor Crew had a question regarding the requirement to put up fences and tree lines, et cetera.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so as stated, the site plan control stage would be when the municipality will consider things like fencing and all the technical requirements for the development, and that's through a site plan control application process.
Councillor Anderson and followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. One of the concerns that was brought up was about like drainage and water and capacity of that. Now, I know on page 5 it does state that there's been like significant investments in underground infrastructure that's been completed to accommodate higher density development. Can you state whether that is for better drainage and access, like the water, wastewater?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I can't speak to the details of what's in the ground. It was noted in the report for that, just to give an idea to a councillor and residents that investments have been made. The zoning in the area is intended for medium density residential development. Predominant land use in the area is single detached, so the intent is to transition to medium density type development, and investment has been made to support that type of land use. There's been no concerns, so this application, this proposal has been reviewed internally by administration, including engineering. There's no concerns that were raised with underground infrastructure being able to accommodate this development. But again, at the site plan control stage is when the municipality will require all the technical details and documents and plans and studies to support the use. So it'll be evaluated more thoroughly at that time.
Thank you. And then just to further, as far as capacity goes for water, that would all be covered through DCs, correct? If there was any upgrades that needed to happen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Anderson, yes, there'd be DC charges applied to that property.
Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you. Does the site plan control evaluation, does that come back to council as well, or is that a staff approval process?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So, yeah, that's changes from the provincial legislation. It's administrative approval. Yes.
Okay. There was a couple other items of interest that we were emailed. One around location of waste receptacles like garbage dumpsters. So does that part of site plan as well? Would that come back?
Yeah, certainly. That's something that's part of the public process is to hear those comments and concerns. It's been raised through multiple conversations I've had, and it'll be considered at the site plan stage. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think, I appreciate that some of the concerns were addressed by the applicant with respect to the inclusion of the existing tree line, which I know was of interest, and the garbage as well, so I'm glad those will be in the site plan. Thank you.
Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Do we know how tall the trees are at the back of that lot, by any chance?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. No, I don't have a measurement on the trees, but...
Okay, didn't think so. I guess my thoughts kind of lie with the people on Valley Road. We got 9 pools behind where that's going to be. I presume 3 stories, probably those trees would block it all. 5 stories to me would probably be iffy. So just for their privacy behind, and then as well for the people that live directly in front for their privacy. I do like that we're using a spot in town that we can intensify with more residents, but I personally think it should be 3 stories in this area, the way it's already zoned. So I will be voting no on this one. If it fell in line with how it's currently zoned, I would be a yes for sure, but not going up to 5 stories. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Crew and Councillor B. McGregor, can I get you put this on the floor, please?
So moved.
So seconded.
Any last questions before we put it to vote? Seeing none?
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
Councillor Sakachi not here. Okay, all votes are in and motion passes 12-4.
Okay, we'll move on to deputations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 4 deputations present this evening. I'll remind all speakers that they do have a maximum of 5 minutes. The first speaker is Sheila Martin, and her item is with regards to 15C, the Chatham-Kent Affordable and Supportive Housing Development Options. Sheila, before you start, there were pictures within your deputation. Council has been emailed all of those and have access to those, just so you know. Okay? Okay.
Thanks. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, municipal councilors, citizens of Chatham-Kent. My name is Sheila Moyer Martin, and I live 600 meters from Meadow Park Retirement Home, located at 110 Sandy Street. I'm speaking to you today to voice my opposition to the municipality locating supportive care housing at the Meadow Park location. Just because it's easy doesn't make it right. Meadow Park was purchased by the municipality of Chatham-Kent in October of 2024. At the time, they said it would be used for affordable housing. I recently learned that CK housing staff have decided to use Meadow Park for supportive care housing instead of affordable housing as they had originally stated. When the demolition of the former St. Agnes School was announced, CAO Michael Dubin publicly stated that clearing the property is not part of an Indwell project. But what Michael Dubin did not mention is if there are plans for Indwell at the Meadow Park location. Councilors, did you know the Meadow Park property is located right beside St. Ursula's Secondary School? And has the Catholic School Board been notified that supportive care housing may be located directly beside Ursuline College? Did you know Meadow Park is located 500 meters from the Chatham-Kent Women's Shelter? Has the Women's Shelter been notified that supportive care housing may be located very close to their building? Have the citizens of the neighborhood, Sandy Street and Poplar, been notified that supportive care housing may be located on their street? And has there been public engagement meetings with the neighborhood? Who will be the landlord of this property? Who will be providing the supports? And how will tenants be selected? And will Indwell be involved in any aspect of this building? Why are the conceptual drawings designed by Indwell's architectural firm Envisage? Envisage equals Indwell. Has CK Housing Department made a deal with Indwell to manage the Meadow Park property? And if that's the case, then why is it going to council vote tonight to proceed on a request for proposal, RFP process? Why weren't the conceptual drawings done by an independent third-party firm like ROA Studios? ROA Studios did the conceptual drawings for the Park Avenue East project that is on the same agenda item, 15C. So why was it done by Indwell's architectural firm? Envisage Architects is architects for Indwell. Emma Cubitt is a principal of Envisage Architects, and she is married to Graham Cubitt, the Director of Projects and Development for Indwell. Indwell does not always have the best reputation for providing safe and supportive housing. A number of Indwell tenants have said that they don't feel safe living at Indwell, and this is mainly because of the drug addicts living at Indwell and a landlord, Indwell, refusing to take any action. Tenants have complained about being verbally and physically assaulted by other tenants. Indwell has a terrible reputation as a bad landlord and a bad employer, whose employees are not properly trained. Indwell buildings typically have the police there at least every other day, and there have been numerous suicides. Horrific incidents have occurred at Indwell buildings in Ontario, including in November of 2018, a Hamilton tenant was hogtied and murdered. In October of 2022, a tenant's body was left decomposing for 7 days in their apartment, and it happened again about a month later when another tenant's body was left for 3 days. In January of 2024, In a newly built St. Thomas building, a compressed gas explosion pushed apartment walls out 5 inches, destroying 3 apartments and temporarily displacing 45 residents. In November of 2024, an indwell tenant had an armed standoff with police, barricading himself in his apartment for over 7 hours and fired a shotgun from inside his apartment through his front door. I am not opposed to supportive care housing. However, does it belong in an interior residential area near vulnerable high school students and near a women's shelter with vulnerable women and children? And there are good supportive housing care providers in Ontario. In my opinion, based on their track record, Indwell is not one of them. Again, just because it's easy to put supportive care housing at Meadow Park doesn't make it right. So finally, I just want to say that I realize there are plans to move Ursuline College in 2028, but so far they have not been able to get the funding. So thank you.
Thank you. Next 3 speakers are on item 15H, motion by Councillor Jubenville regarding 29831 Irish School Road, York One Waste Processing, Storage and Transfer. I have 3 speakers. We will start with Wendy Vercauteren, followed by Sarah Tanner and Mike Yankovic.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff, councillors, and administration, and everybody sitting behind me. My name is Wendy Vercauteren, and I'm a 35-year resident of Dresden and a proud member of Dresden Together, a small advocacy group committed to protecting the health, safety, and future of our community. I'm here today not just on behalf of Dresden, but in recognition that the proposed York One landfill affects all of Chatham-Kent, not just one town. This is a regional issue, and it requires a united local response. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the municipality of Chatham-Kent, including you, Mayor Caniff, and to each and every one of you councillors for the leadership you've already shown. We've heard that a team is being formed to help fight the proposed removal of the environmental assessment requirement, and for that, we are incredibly grateful. We truly feel supported, and that matters more than you could ever know. But this is far from over, and we believe now is not the time to let up. Jointly, we need to keep our foot on the gas. Removing the requirement for a full environmental assessment on a project of this scale, one that could affect our air, water, roads, and overall well-being, is unacceptable. That's why we are here to work with Chatham-Kent and to show that we are engaged, ready, and willing to help. So tonight, I'm not just here to express concern, but I'm here to ask, what can we do to help? We know that advocacy works best when municipalities and residents stand side by side. We are ready to support this fight however we can, whether that's rallying public support, helping share information with residents across Chatham-Kent, or even meeting with provincial representatives. Please tell us what you need. We are here. We are organized, and we are committed. This proposed landfill is not just a Dresden issue. It's a Chatham-Kent issue, and it deserves a strong, united Chatham-Kent response. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued partnership with us. And we're looking forward to what you had mentioned earlier about the town hall meeting on May the 5th. And I just want to let you all know that we're here to help in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Tanner.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Sarah Tanner. I am the first street in Dresden closest to this proposed dump site, Walnut Street. So it is less than a kilometer, as you all know, from the town, and because they've bought up more property, it just kind of keeps inching closer and closer. I've lived in Dresden almost my whole life, almost 48 years, and I am a mom of a 5-year-old. And I'm very concerned about this dump being brought into our town and the future of my daughter's, health, everybody's health in Dresden. And speaking on the point of the dump, it was never actually a dump. So I'm just not really understanding why the municipal bill 197 cannot be used in this instance, and especially because additional property has been purchased. It was only fly ash from our incinerator when we used to be Camden Township with Dresden. So it was never used for the magnitude of what York One, and sorry, they now sold it to Whitestone Fields Limited, who was owned by Brian Bernetti, who was York One's president and COO. How convenient. And also Andrew Gazzetti and his brother Daniel Gazzetti. It just seems a little odd that it's just changing hands. Like, it's still York One in our eyes, because we've not really been told or anything otherwise. It just seems like they sold it back to themselves. Sorry, there's a lot. There are a lot of people behind me from Dresden, and I don't know on the other side. Everybody that I've talked to over the past year is opposed to this. I don't know anybody in this room that would want a dump of any magnitude less than a kilometer from their town. And for now, Doug Ford to be bringing up a Bill 5 titled Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act 2025 due to the threat of Trump's tariffs and not having anywhere to send Toronto's garbage, he's decided that he just wants to completely forego the environmental assessment that has previously been ordered by the Ontario Ministry of Environment, and just let's start it. Because who cares if Dresden blows up because the ground has gas pockets and everything. So I don't understand how our provincial government could not care about a town that is less than a kilometer from this proposed dump and just not care about the environment. Molly's Creek is at the back, the Sydenham River, all of that flows, and it also affects the lakes, the fish, all the things. Dresden is a very tight-knit community. We have a lot of great businesses downtown. There have been awards for, where's Marina? Our, the summer markets, and now we're known as Christmas Town for the Christmas night market. We don't need this. And like I said, nobody I've talked to has been for this. And the land that this company bought up around the small parcel is rich agricultural land. There has to be some land closer to Toronto so they're not putting a bigger carbon footprint on trucking 700 trucks of Toronto garbage and construction and asbestos down to small old Dresden and then back. Our town only has one traffic light in it. We have two schools, a public school that my daughter attends and a high school, and no crossing guards there. I can't imagine 700 trucks with garbage coming in, and then they also have to go out. And not to mention our roads in Chatham-Kent. How are they going to handle all of that weight from these trucks, our infrastructure, our bridges, our culverts? Who's paying for that? And I just want, if York One, if the provincial government comes to council and says, oh, we're going to foot the bill for all that, please stand up for the residents of Dresden and deny that. No, we are not willing. We don't want it. Put it somewhere else. Like, I'm begging you to support Rhonda's motion. I forget what I'm even, there's a ton of stuff on here. But yes, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm gonna run out of time. I'm sorry.
And the final deputation tonight is Mike Yankovich.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, municipal staff. Wow. To quote Yogi Berra, here we are, deja vu all over again. Just when we thought we had York 1 on the ropes, they somehow get help outside the ring. I'm here to express my frustration as well as our town-wide shock with the Ontario government's Bill 5. Ontario government has given us the perception that they have bought our votes for this EA and then have pulled the plug after they have won the election. We feel horribly betrayed. We understand that we're facing uncertain economic times and that the Ontario government wants to maintain flexibility to develop our economy domestically. But that should not involve building a dump directly beside our town and our waterways. Our province is bigger than the European countries of Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands combined. There has to be another place for this dump. But I encourage Council to persevere. Councillor Jubenville, Councillor McGrail, you've done an excellent job of maintaining the communication lines with the residents of Dresden, and we appreciate that. Everyone in this horseshoe and outside of it has done a fantastic job advocating for Dresden, and I and many of the residents who don't want to get up here in front of everybody and have all these eyeballs staring at them would like to thank you very much for your advocacy. I would like to encourage Council to persevere. This situation reminds me of the story of Horatius, the legendary ancient Roman soldier who held back a bridge against a formidable foe. And he held that bridge and had his friends destroy it behind him so he could plant his feet and not let the enemy come in and destroy his city. Council, Mayor Caniff, municipal staff, hold that bridge. Let's show York 1 something that they will not forget and keep this fight going. Thank you.
We'll now move on to the consent agenda. So the following reports have been pulled from the consent agenda to be voted on separately. They are 14B, R24-388 Sign Manufacturing Materials Supply Roster, pulled by Councillor Story. Item 14E, Sole Source Purchase of 3 land ambulances, pulled by Councillor Story. Item 14G, Tender Award T25-239, Redwood Crescent and Eugenie Street, Chatham, Affordable Housing Townhouses, pulled by Councillor Story and Councillor Doyle. Item 15A, the Municipality of Chatham-Kent Housing Needs Assessment, pulled by Councillor Story. And there's also a presentation this evening. Item 15C, Chatham-Kent Affordable and Supportive Housing Development Options, pulled by Councillor Doyle. Item 15D, Chatham-Kent Workforce Planning Board 2025 Update, pulled for a presentation. Item 15E, Chatham-Kent Population Growth 2025 Update, pulled for a presentation. Item 15H, the motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding 293831 Irish Road, School Road, York 1, Waste Processing, Storage and Transfer, pulled by Councillor Jubenville. Item 16A, Core Infrastructure Detailed Asset Management Plans, pulled by for a presentation by staff. 16F, motion of Councillor Sakachi regarding Talbot Trail realignment funding, pulled by Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Anderson. Item 17A, development of the 2026 annual budget update and schedule of budget committee meetings, pulled by Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Doyle. Item 19B, the increasing employment services capacity, pulled by Councillor Story. Item 20A, motion of Councillor Harrigan regarding CCTV expansion, pulled by Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Doyle. Item 21A, motion of Councillor Doyle regarding provincial funding for fire services, Councillor Doyle and Councillor Anderson. Therefore, the remaining reports go on the consent agenda to be approved in one motion. And those items are 14A, C, D, F, 15B, F, and G, items 16B, C, D, E, item 17B, 18A, B, C, and D, item 19A and C, and items 22A and B.
Councillor Allen and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to move the consent agenda, please?
Happy to move it.
I will second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in, and motion passes 17-0.
Given that when I looked at all our friends from Dresden and they looked at all the things we had to talk about, the look of fear that of all the things we have to deal with, I'm going to suggest that we move item 15H and deal with that next, given the majority of people here are from Dresden. So can I get Councillor Juvenile and Councillor McGrail to move that, please?
I so move.
I will second.
Any questions, concerns? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote. Just show of hands. Anyone opposed to moving this up in the agenda? I thought it's threw a curveball. See who's listening. All right. Yes, so we'll move on. The next item then will be 15H. So, Councillor Jubenville, over to you.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
did
Mayor.
you want to read? Yes.
Would you like me to read the?
Sorry, I'll go to the clerk first and she can.
15H, motion of Councillor Jubenville, 29831 Irish School Road, York 1, waste processing, storage, and transfer.
Councillor Jubenville, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Would you like me to read the motion? Okay, sure. Sure, okay. Whereas York One Waste Solutions did propose a waste processing, storage, and transfer facility, a landfill and potential composting facility at 29831 Irish School Road, and whereas the proposed facility is in close proximity to Dresden and has the potential for serious impacts to Dresden, nearby properties, natural features, infrastructure, and the environment, and whereas York One Waste Solutions has recently sold the property at 29831 Irish School Road and transferred the ownership on February 4th, 2025 to a new owner. Now, therefore, given the scale and nature of this proposal, the significant municipal concern for community, environment, and infrastructure impacts, Chatham-Kent Council is still opposed in principle to the use of this property as waste processing, storage, and transfer and landfilling facility, despite who the owner of the property may be. And Madam Clerk, I was wondering if I could make a little addition to the motion.
It's yours. Go ahead.
That the CAO be authorized to spend up to $50,000 from the strategic reserve on any necessary steps to oppose this landfill and waste processing proposal.
Councillor McGrail, can I get you to second that, please?
Yeah, I'll put it on the floor, and then I have some questions on that second part.
Okay.
No, I don't really have anything to add because I think our legal department is going to present some information that I think a lot of people are going to like to hear.
Okay, we'll go to the presentation and I'll open up for questions afterwards. I'll go to you, Councillor McGrail, first, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor. It's David Taylor, Director of Legal Services, and I'm here with Ryan Jocks, who's our Director of Planning Services. So recognizing the pretty significant kind of sea change that we saw over the last 10 days or so since this was announced by the province, we thought it was important just to make sure that the public had some basic understanding at least of what the history was, what's being proposed. Certainly a number of the people who have already spoken today, they've obviously spent their time digging into all the materials that they could, but want to make sure that everybody has at least that base level understanding. So Ryan's going to start by just walking through a bit of a background of where we got to today. I'm then going to take over and have a bit of a discussion about what had happened in the past, the last time this application came up, what the municipality is doing, and then as the mayor indicated earlier, give some information to citizens about public meeting that's going to be held by the municipality, and also how citizens can put their kind of voice forward on this. So this should just take a few minutes to run through these slides, and then certainly be happy to answer any questions of council.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The next 5 slides or so are very similar to slides that I presented to council on February 26, 2024 at that council meeting. So just as Dave said, just by way of recapping some of the history on the site, I'll take a few moments. The subject property is located at 29831 Irish School Road. This is former Provincial Highway 21. The property is located approximately 800 meters north of the boundary of the town of Dresden, and approximately half the distance between Dresden's downtown and the shared county line with the County of Lambton. It's known locally by many as the Dresden Tile Yard. This is because a portion of the site about 120 years ago was utilized for the mining of clay, and on site clay tiles were processed and fired to produce for the local area. Those activities went on for approximately 80 years. At this site, there are 2 existing provincial approvals called environmental compliance approvals. One of these approvals deals with waste storage, transfer, and processing, and the other deals with a landfill. On the screen here is an image of an environmental compliance approval for the storage, transfer, and processing of waste. This approval largely supported what I understand was a prior waste wood processing facility at this site that operated for many years. This particular approval allows for the processing of non-hazardous solid waste from industrial, commercial, institutional, and municipal sectors on a limited 2-acre or 0.8 hectare portion of the site. This approval also restricts the maximum tons of waste accepted per day to 75, maximum of 75 tons to be stored on the site, and limits the hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Saturday. The second provincial approval or environmental compliance approval at this site does relate, as I said, to waste disposal. This environmental compliance approval was given in 1980 under the 1971 Environmental Protection Act. It is important to note that the landfilling of ash from the Dresden incinerator started at this site on or around 1967. This predated the Environmental Protection Act in Ontario, and around 1980, this environmental compliance approval was applied to acknowledge the existing activities that the town of Dresden was undertaking at this property. This approval allows for the filling of 8 hectares of the total 35-hectare site, only for incinerator ash and 5% commercial waste. That 5% commercial waste, more or less, was those items that could not be incinerated by the Dresden incinerator and would also be disposed of at this property. In late 2022, York One Environmental Waste Solutions purchased this property, and then later in the fall of 2023, through a related company, York One acquired the adjacent property to the north and south of this location. And as it was mentioned earlier, the subject property that York One had acquired in 2022 also recently changed ownership to a related company. Early last year, the municipality became aware through the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks that York One had made 2 applications, one each relating to each of the environmental compliance approvals that I just described. The first application came to the attention of the municipality through the Ministry of Environment in late January. This related to the ECA for waste storage, transfer, and processing, and approximately 1 month later, the Ministry of Environment provided notice to the municipality that there was a second application to amend the environmental compliance approval for the waste disposal. The application at the time for the amendment to the waste storage, transfer, and processing approval sought to increase the waste facility from a 2-acre portion of the site to approximately 62-acre portion of the site. It sought to increase the daily receiving rate from 75 tons of material to 6,000 tons of material, including construction demolition waste, soil, and soil-like material, and allowed for the transfer of 1,000 tons of material to be transported off-site a day for final disposal elsewhere. This application proposed indoor storage of 1,800 tons and outdoor storage of 3,000 tons of recyclable material and 30,000 tons of storage of unprocessed soils. The application sought to permit operations 24/7 and included the provision to add buildings and equipment on site related to these uses. The second application to amend the ECA related to the waste disposal site sought to establish a landfill with a waste capacity of 1,620,000 square meters of waste over a footprint of 8 hectares or 20 acres. It was discovered last year through the work that was done at the time that the incinerator ash covers up to or about 2 acres of area on the property and is generally at or below grade on the property. This application sought to increase the maximum fill rate to 365,000 tons of waste per year, change the service area, which is the area from which waste can originate from to be finally brought to this site, from the town of Dresden to all of Ontario, and it would add non-hazardous contaminated soils as a permitted waste type, and again, like the previous waste processing proposal, to permit applications 24 hours per day and 7 days per week. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Taylor will take the next few slides.
So as council is well aware and the community is well aware, these applications came forward, and once they were known to the municipality, we did submit through a number of council meetings with council approval submissions through the ERO, which is the Environmental Registry of Ontario. So this is the way in which the province gets commentary on these types of things. Council unanimously opposed this proposal as well and directed staff to retain any necessary experts, including lawyers and engineers, and that absolutely did happen. The key message that our lawyers and engineers recommended at that time was really to try to get this property designated as requiring a full environmental assessment. That was a huge win because it really changed the threshold of what the proponents, the property owners, would have to kind of prove, the studies they'd have to do, public consultation. And so that was really our main approach, and we were successful on that, although obviously it was a short win. The community opposition was also very significant, right? So we saw those comments on the ERO postings, really strong kind of grassroots opposition to this, focusing on our town, our community, our economy, and the environment. And that's going to be what's necessary again this time to put up this fight, to make sure that the province hears this. We ultimately were successful that the province chose to increase the obligations on the owner of this to those higher thresholds to require a full environmental assessment. As I said, that would have had it gone through, given a much higher kind of obligation on studies, but also a better opportunity for public engagement. So instead, we have this recent change in provincial direction. So as it was mentioned by some of the deputations, Bill 5 was tabled. It's called Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy. And really, there's a number of different aspects of the provincial government's direction that are included in this one piece of legislation. Significantly, a number of them do focus on kind of environmental type protections and really reducing some of those in a number of different situations across the province, including some in the mining sphere. But this one was included as well, just really reversing that win that our community had got. And the proposal is to both revoke the regulation that was put in place to require a full environmental assessment, but it actually even goes further than that. It would clarify and provide that this property is not subject to any of the requirements on the Environmental Assessment Act. So even if there had been some requirements before, it's clarified that those won't be applicable now. And so it actually, I would say, puts us even farther behind where we were before. If it's revoked, what that really functionally means is the owners are just back to a decision of having to get amendments to their environmental compliance approvals. They've already kind of started that work a number of years ago and working with the ministry. As I said, that is a much, much lower threshold for them to get through rather than having this much higher EA process. And most significantly, and I think one of the biggest concerns for people who live in the area is that their concerns just aren't going to be heard at the same kind of level that they would have been, right? The environmental assessment process is supposed to take a really complicated issue like this, and this is really complicated. They're proposing landfilling, they're proposing recycling. We've got tons of trucks that are going to be going through there, and as we heard from our previous comments, trucks that are going by schools. There's mentions in the deputations about where are those going to be traveling, what's the socioeconomic impact, and an EA is supposed to take all of those kinds of things and look at the cumulative impact of all of them. How do they interrelate? And then how does that need to be addressed if it was ever going to be approved? Or should it not be approved because of the cumulative impact? That doesn't happen if this designation is removed, and we're back to just the obligation for them to get amendments to their environmental compliance approvals. Where from the municipal perspective, and I certainly think from the community perspective, this is so problematic, is because, as Ryan mentioned before, these were things that started in the 60s and maybe were rationalized in the 80s, right? As Ryan even mentioned, like that's before legislation that we have to protect the environment now was even in place. Those are not well thought out, well planned out type of landfills. It's not like we're expanding somewhere like the Ridge landfill that went through a full environmental assessment and that we're looking at maybe an increased amount. That just didn't happen in this situation. So it's a really, really problematic approach that we're taking here, and we need to fight it with everything that we can. And so what are we doing right now as the municipality? Remember, we've only had so many days since this has been announced. So we've already re-engaged with the experts that we had previously worked with, who have done really good work and are really experienced in this area. The law firm's name is called Garrett Pickfield, and the engineering firm is Grounded Engineering, both really, really qualified in this area. The law firm specializes just in environmental law and actually works on landfill files is like a major area of their work. So we're really happy to have them on there. One of the questions that was asked in the deputation also was about this Bill 197. It's kind of like referred to as the veto for municipalities, right? What we've seen that the province has taken is their approach is that because it was an existing landfill, that doesn't apply. But just know, council and community, that we're looking at every single tool that we have. We're analyzing that. We're working with our external lawyers. There's other tools that we're exploring as well, and we are working through every single one of these. We just don't, of course, have answers on exactly what the strategy should be at this kind of early days. The key next step is going to be making sure that we are responding to the environmental review posting, putting forward the community and council's concerns, and strongly opposing the proposal to remove this designation. But we're also working on those next phases of advocacy, those next phases of potential legal steps that might need to be taken. We've also reached out to local MPPs. We'll be contacting the Minister of the Environment, be contacting the Premier's office, know that there will be an ongoing and consistent push to oppose this and really make sure that the potential negative impacts on Dresden are well known to those decision makers. As the Mayor mentioned at the beginning as well, the municipality has now solidified the date for a public meeting, and this is not involving the proponents, just to be clear for people. This is just municipal staff. We're going to bring our expert lawyer and engineer down as well. It'll be an opportunity for the community to give their feedback, for us to share more information we have, and we have an ongoing, I think, obligation to share whatever information we can. This is the information for the public meeting right now, but also know that this will be posted on the Let's Talk page, and our communications department will be doing press release and other communication materials so that everybody who wants to take part in this knows about it. And then the last piece I wanted to share is what can citizens do now? I know that was a question that came out of one of the deputations, and this is just where you can send your comments already. Certainly, community members may want to wait and gather any information they can in order to make their comments, but it's open for comments now as well. And making sure the community voice is heard is a key step that all community members can take. Both of you live in Dresden, but also people across Chatham-Kent, across Lambton County, anybody who's connected to the community. It needs to be a fight from all sides on this. So this is the information. We'll leave that up for a moment for people, but it's also just available on the province's website if you just search it on Google, and this will also be posted in our communications materials. So, Mr. Mayor, happy to take any questions. Wanted to make sure to provide this information as soon as we have it, and we will ongoingly provide that as well.
Okay, yes. So I'm going to go to Councillor McGrail first, who had questions. She seconded, so I'll go to Councillor McGrail, Councillor C. McGregor, then Councillor Bondi.
Great, thank you. Through you, Mayor Caniff. I just had a question about the $50,000 limit. Is that just for incidentals, or what is that going to cover? What does that cover?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Frankly, we aren't 100% sure what it's going to cover right now, but we wanted to take the first opportunity just to make sure that there was available budget there. We anticipate this fight will cost more than $50,000. I can tell you so far on the first round of it, we spent $35,000 on legal and engineering costs. It's very likely we'll spend more than that. But in talking to Councillor Jubenville, you know, it's not that we know what the total budget is. We will know that as we start to develop more clear strategies of exactly where we're going to be going. But what this will do is just make sure that there's just that available fund, whether it's marketing materials, early costs for experts, that type of thing. We've got that available funding right now. But I do anticipate this isn't a cap in any way. We're going to be coming back to you and asking you for more money in the future. This just gives us a quick kind of stopgap measure.
Okay, so with that, we had a previous motion when this all started that we would give available funds. Does that now cancel the previous motion that we've already said, you know, we're going to give the funds to fight this? Do we have to have a motion about that?
So the previous direction was really more about like retaining necessary experts. We didn't have any specific numbers in there. And so this just makes sure that we definitely have a location for it to come from. But as I said, we'll definitely come back to council as well if we need any more money or any further clarification. So this will give us what we need for any of the steps between now and the next time we come back to council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, and through the mayor. You just made a comment when you were explaining to us that with these changes that have occurred by the province, that they're saying that because it was listed as a landfill or dump prior to that, the assessment and such doesn't apply to that any longer. So would that only apply to the small amount of acres, not the existing small amount of acres, and not all that other land that they've bought around it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of caveats there. One is they own a piece of property that is much larger than where there was actually landfilling activity that happened in the past. Then they've also bought, it looks like related companies have bought other properties beyond that. Their application doesn't include those other two properties that are north and south, but the way that the communications that we've seen between the provincial staff and the owner suggests that that first property that they own, they've kind of extrapolated not where the landfilling historically happened, but kind of like what would be the maximum amount that could be landfilled on that existing property. And so that's absolutely one of the things that our experts are kind of challenging in terms of whether that's appropriate or not. But then there's going to be the second question of, oh, and they're also buying other properties nearby. What's that for, right? Well, we don't have any visibility on that right now, but we're absolutely obviously going to be looking into that and pushing that issue as well, because obviously that would expand it even further beyond what they're already kind of expanding.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Dave, I might have missed this, and maybe I didn't, but I've heard that the landfill is restricted to construction materials and contaminated soil. Not that that's not bad, but what does that mean versus like Ridge landfill? Like Toronto garbage would be household garbage, I would assume. So is that something they can do? And is it worse? I don't know. I don't know the science of landfills, but it makes it sound not so bad, not as bad, right? But I'll leave it with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. So the original proposal that they put in had more than that, but you're right that it didn't include residential garbage. So when they went to the further ECA, their environmental compliance approval amendments, they were talking about it being like a recycling type facility, but also had, soils that needed to be cleaned and construction waste and asbestos and a bunch of other things along those lines. Not good stuff, but not kind of the residential waste. But what we're dealing with now, we just don't know exactly what their application is now. We've got this new change to where they say, oh, we're going to remove all the EAO requirements for it. You could make an assumption perhaps that it was the previous application that they had put forward that we're dealing with now, but we don't want to make that assumption. So we just don't know whether it's what the previous application was, or might they actually go for an amendment to that in order to deal with different waste streams as well. So, if I had the answer to tell you exactly what they were proposing to put in there, I would give it to you. It was broader than what you just described, but we don't know whether it's going to go even broader than that.
So kind of an unknown for now.
I think so, yes.
Okay, that's scary. Thanks.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate the deputations tonight and, how organized the community of Dresden has been through this process. Unfortunately, we thought it was mostly over, and it's not. I think it's great we've got some communication materials going out for people to fill out the ERO questionnaire. I think we should also include contact information for the MPP's office. We have 2 sitting MPPs who are members of the party that tabled this legislation, so I think we should be encouraging members of the community to reach out and be as vocal to those members as they are with the municipal council as well. We'll certainly do everything we can to support them, and I hope other elected officials in this community will as well.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Do we know of other communities in Ontario that are in a similar position to us because of Bill 5, and are we in contact with them?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have not had a chance. So I read through the act. I didn't see anything else that jumped out as being like something this specific to something where they're kind of avoiding an EA or reducing the obligations for an EA. The rest of it seemed to be more general legislative type changes that gave some broader powers and adjusted some kind of thresholds. But I also, will be perfectly honest with you, I was very focused on the Dresden York 1 stuff, so I haven't done a full detail on that. Certainly if we see any similar situations, we would connect with those municipalities.
Thanks. I just bring it up because I think there's some value in us collaborating with other communities on advocacy, particularly if they're in a similar position to us. That's all. Thanks.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Dave. Right now, they're allowed to take 2 semi-truckloads of garbage in a day at 75 tons and store 2 semi-truckloads on site. Is there anybody policing that, or is there any way to tell what they bring in, or like how do we know they're playing by the rules now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and nothing at the municipal level. That would be all part of whether or not they're in compliance with their environmental compliance approval. So certainly if we had any information such that they weren't, I'd be happy to kind of include that in part of our advocacy work, part of our submission work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, then we'll put this motion to vote. Actually, sorry, Councillor Jubenville or Councillor McGrail, any final thoughts on this before we put it to vote? McGrail, Councillor McGrail first.
Actually, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, yes, and Mr. Dubin.
Actually, I had a couple questions.
Mr. Dubin wants to make comments, and then I'll go to you for final words. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I did want to let everybody know that the mayor and I did have a meeting with the Indigenous community, the leadership in Walpole. They're very much against this, and they have expressed a desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with the municipality. I'd like to think in certain circumstances they may even have more clout than we do from the standpoint of the duty to consult, which hasn't been done at all. So stay tuned for that. We are hoping they may actually attend the meeting, the public meeting on the 5th as well. We're going to have a meeting end of this week to discuss that with them, but we will be encouraging them to participate. So I just thought the Dresden folks would want to know that, and certainly council would want to be aware of that. Also, Mr. Labadie in Corporate Communications has already, I guess, purchased the rights to defend Dresden as the sort of a website. Doesn't mean that we have to use that, but we wanted to find something that we could use sort of as a rallying term. And there's other possibilities, but somebody asked about incidentals. those are the kinds of things that we want to be able to react on quickly and not say, oh, we don't have a budget, we got to wait till the next council meeting. So it's things like that that we don't normally do, and that's why we want a little bit of cushion to be able to move quickly on this matter.
Councillor Duval, final words.
Actually, I had a couple questions
You
too.
can, yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
If the CRO passes, the one that we're talking about right now, do we have any legal recourse if it passes, or is it a done deal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if that passes, it would then get back to the previous situation that we were in, where they're just getting amendments to the environmental compliance approval. There will likely be legal steps that we will discuss with council about all of that. As I said, we just haven't had enough time to work out exactly what those are going to be, so I'm not in a position to be talking about those right now, but do know that there are other tools that we're absolutely considering using.
And do you know, or would we know, or would this information even be available? Is the province financially involved with York One? Like, is there any kind of subsidizing going on with this project, or would we be privy to that information?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We haven't received any information to suggest that, but obviously can't speak on it without knowing.
Okay, those are my only questions.
Okay, we'll put it to vote then.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
I'll give everybody from that attended for this, if you want to take the time and exit, you're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if you want. As they're exiting, I want to remind everybody, we have 14 items to go through yet. And over the next while, we don't have time to defer them. We'd have to create another meeting. So I just let everybody know on this, but 14 items. So I will be very specific on 5 minutes, and in order to have any hope of getting through it. So I may be looking for an extension as we get further, but I'd like to, I know it pains us all to extend, but the alternative is to have another meeting. So that's your choice, obviously the choice of council. With that, I will move on to item number 14, tender awards.
14B, R24-388, sign manufacturing materials supplier roster.
Councillor Story and Finn, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to
Oh,
move that.
she just disappeared on me. How about Councillor Anderson, seconded?
Happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
And I will second, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Story?
Just have two quick questions. Thank you, Ryan. Do we have an idea about potential tariff impacts for these sign materials, and do we have a contingency built in for this potential? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. So Chatham-Kent, we manufacture most of our signs in-house at our sign shop, and the main materials are the sheeting that goes on it, which is a made-in-Canada product. However, the aluminum blanks, although a lot of the tariff things are complicated, aluminum plates are definitely something that is currently covered by reciprocal tariffs. We have not seen any of that tariff cost to date. I can imagine there are many plates in Ontario that wouldn't have been subject that if they did come from the States. There's also Canadian manufacturers, there's also overseas manufacturers. So, in summary, we haven't seen tariff increases on these materials yet. It could come to fruition. However, I'll point you to the point of the RTC tonight. It's basically a pre-qualification of these vendors to supply us quotes for materials. So we'll put together a list, say it's a bunch of aluminum plates. We'll ask all these vendors for quotes, and whoever's the lowest bid will then get the award. And so in theory, with the idea of reciprocal tariffs, Canadian companies that have Canadian plates should then therefore be lower in price than, say, an American plate. And so we don't anticipate any concerns yet. We, as mentioned in the report, we do have an $80,000 budget for signs. And so as we work through that in the year, if we did run into, say, a lot of sign damage or also tariff impacts to the cost, and we get to our $80,000 threshold, we may be back before you or administratively to find some more funds for sign activities. Some we can choose not to do, say park signs or no, different signs are not regulated, but road signs, we do have some regulatory authority to put them up. So if we do see an impact, we'll be back.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall? All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. 14E, sole source purchase of 3 land ambulances.
Councillor Story and Councillor B. McGregor.
Happy to move that, Mr. Chair.
So seconded.
Councillor Story, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know there's $7,000, similar to my last question, $7,000 in additional GPS cost and comms equipment. Would that be under the tariff impact? And if notice we saved $36,000 in the overall budget for this item, would that be something we could put towards that amount if we do get hit by those reciprocal tariffs on any of those items? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. And so regarding the radios and the tariffs, we haven't seen that yet to date either. Our supplier is a Canadian-based company. I would imagine many of the electronics are procured overseas, so we haven't seen that yet. As mentioned in the report, these ambulances are about $36,000 under budget compared to what was in the budget book. And so yes, that funding is still available for these projects if we need it, if there was some tariff impacts. We're not expecting any. The ambulances, the chassis are made in Europe, and they're assembled, the boxes and everything, here in Canada. So we've confirmed with the supplier that we don't anticipate any tariffs at this time. As noted, it's a 2-year wait time and manufacture of the ambulance, so tariffs could change. There could be more tariffs, there could be less tariffs at the time, and obviously we will have to work with the company if that was true. But at this time, there's no tariffs proposed.
Thank you. And if I'm understanding the timeline correctly in the report, if we order now, we'll likely be getting it in around mid-2027. Now, is there any way we can lock in a firm price now in light of the tariff or non-tariffs and the inflationary world we're currently living in? Thank you.
The price mentioned in the report, the $1,022,000 for the 3 ambulances, is a locked-in price. So when we're purchasing these ambulances from them, we don't have to actually pay the invoice until 27 when they're delivered, but that is the price as of today. And so we'll be back to buy more ambulances next year. We may see inflation on those costs, but this is a locked-in price for that for this time period.
Great. Last but not least,
Mayor.
Since we're now responsible for major repairs under the new contract with Medavie, where is that coming from in the budget? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So we do have an ambulance fleet reserve. It is separate from the general fleet reserve. And the reason is some of the funding for the ambulances comes from the province as well, so we keep those funds separately. And so the additional costs will all be coming out of that reserve and be, as mentioned in the report, we're seeing quite a few kilometers more ever since COVID. The numbers of kilometers ambulances are driving per year continues to increase. And so given the long manufacturing time of 2 years, it makes it kind of tricky to plan our life cycle of our fleet. But we do have a healthy reserve for these purchases, and we're going to be coming back in the multi-year budget with even more procurement for the next coming 4 years with some new statistics on ambulance usage to try to plan out those purchases better. Also, for your benefit, mentioned in the report, the reason it's a sole source is there's only currently one approved vendor of ambulances in Ontario. They are working on several others. So hopefully, by our next multi-year budget, we'll have competing vendors. We should be able to put out an RFP and have different vendors competing, and hopefully that plays out in the pricing.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Why are we going to purchase a used ambulance at 300,000 kilometers? Why don't we just take one of ours out of service at that point and get a new one here? Like, instead of buying a used one, wouldn't it make more sense just to take one of ours now at 300 and put that money towards a new one that we're going to spend on a used one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. It's one of the challenges is we have 14 ambulances, and like I said, the kilometers per year has greatly increased. And so it could be a good suggestion to, take them out early, let's buy some more and get back into a good status of the ambulance. The challenge is the 2-year lead time, with currently only one supplier being available to procure an ambulance from that's approved. If we did that, we'll have to wait 2 more years. We're keeping the ambulances in service. So it's an option that we're looking at because we do have some of these high kilometer ambulances, but I believe, and Chief Case can correct me, but I know there's one manufacturer that's potentially doing a trial this year and another one from the East Coast that may be coming online. And so we're hopeful that those lead times would come down as more manufacturers come online. Maybe the lead time gets down to 6 months, and in that case, we'd be better able to respond.
But we're only looking for one spare, are we not? Like one spare used one at 300,000 kilometers?
That's the option we're investigating currently, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Scotchy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to our CFO. Mr. Quinton, I know that moving forward, a lot of these purchases are going to have a potential reflection of tariffs, but I just wanted to revert back to our special meeting that we held. Is it still accurate that staff is going to continue to look through, I guess, a tariff lens to ensure that you're doing your due diligence? Every report that comes to council, you are going to be looking at that to see that we are doing what we can to avoid unnecessary costs and holding back potentially where we can, because I think that almost every report from a purchase could potentially have that effect, and just wanted to make sure that we are doing our due diligence still before these reports come to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are doing that due diligence. We also do have a report due back from that special meeting. We have an administrative report coming back to, I believe, a May meeting to update council and have some recommendations on changes to our procurement policies.
Thank you. So that motion that we passed, the direction is still status quo, and we're going to continue to go to
that was to bring a report back, and
correct. Yep.
That's
Thank
exactly
you.
what's happening.
See no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. 14G, tender award T25-239, Redwood Crescent and Eugenie Street, Chatham, affordable housing townhouses.
Councillor Story. I was trying to find Story and Doyle there. Councillor Story and Councillor Doyle, can I get you for this, please?
That would have been an interesting combination indeed. Yeah, happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ray, for this detailed report and all the detailed report. Your team has been hard at work, clearly. Just a few questions on there's a timeline question. It says we're starting early 2025, finishing early 2026, and since we're almost into May, can you maybe clarify that timeline a little bit for us, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor, for the question. Ray Harper, Director of Municipal Housing Development. So once the report, if the report is approved, administration can then finalize the contract process with the construction company, and then they begin the permitting process. And since the project is already a full design package that has been completed, they can begin construction. So you're looking at approximately 6 weeks.
Great. Is there a contingency fund built into this budget? I didn't see it broken out, but I'm not sure if that's just a different way of listing it out in the report. Thank you.
This is a tender award, so it's a fixed price contract, and the Baronetti Construction provided their bid price that included allowances.
Great. I know in the report it says we'll have about $750,000 left in the Affordable Housing Reserve. How do we, or do we, replenish that reserve annually as part of our budget process?
Yeah, so we have approximately $1.3 million of a base budget annual transfer to that reserve. And then sometimes the reserve is benefited by one-term transactions such as upper-level government, successful grant, co-cheato fee funds, as well as departmental surpluses from housing services, as well as on occasion corporate surplus.
Okay, great. there'll be 11 families moving into these projects,
Two
which,
projects, yes.
which is great news. How does that work? Once, are these families already selected and ready to move as soon as the doors are open? How does that process normally work in a sort of a high-level review? Thank you.
So those families aren't selected yet, but once the project is near to completion and ready for occupancy, then the housing services team will work to meet the tenants on our chronological wait list to make sure for rental readiness, and then the families will be selected at that time, because a lot could change between now and when the project is completed, so we wouldn't want to see any families sit around waiting where they could get a unit now that comes available.
Thank you very much, Ray.
Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm in favor of the affordable housing builds. Question: How many rooms would there be per unit? How many bedrooms per unit?
3 bedrooms.
3 bedrooms per unit. Okay. And then, so we originally, when we approved the last one, it was for we figured it'd be 4.6 million. This one came back at 5.1 million, so we're $500,000 higher than what we expected in July of 2024 when we approved this. That seems like a lot to be out, I guess. Would be one thing. Second, is there any other areas we could use that money that we got, the 1.1 million and the 482,000? Is there anything else we could use that on besides these?
We could use those funds for other things such as repairs for our units, but we've already submitted a project information form based on the previous report. So these projects were already submitted to the province to use this funding for this initiative.
Okay.
And then with regards to the cost, that was a cost estimate provided from an architect at the time, and did include things such as the cash allowances that I'd mentioned.
Great, okay. Yeah, it just seems, I was talking to a realtor and just to be spending $464,000 for an affordable per unit, like they're getting, in the private sectors, you're doing custom things for that much, not affordable housing. So it just seems like we're spending a lot more than we really should be spending on these. So, and then just looking at the market out there for housing market, it would probably be way better of our resources to, and I think Councillor Bondi's brought this up before, to buy homes for affordable housing, and we would save money by buying some homes and putting people in affordable housing units that way, and maybe do some sort of deal with them where it can be like a rent-to-own type thing, so we can try to help get people back on their feet, and then get that house back on the market and make tax income from it again. So I guess that's just where I said on this one. It's hard to spend that much money per unit on something like this.
If I may address your concerns for cost per unit, I think it's really important to look at costs per square foot. So these are 3 and 4 bedrooms. I forgot there's a couple 4 bedrooms in there. So when you're talking about 3 and 4 family size units, it's a much different size than a 1 bedroom unit. You're talking about a larger living space, obviously, as well as another bathroom. And these are also, in terms of, these are commercially built rental units. So there's definitely economies of scales in trying to service and operate one site, one building, versus a scattered approach and scattered needs of land all over Chatham-Kent. That's an expensive housing model.
Okay, thank you. And actually, now that you said that, what would be the square footage average per unit?
I don't have that memorized, but I certainly can give that to you. It might actually be in the report.
Okay.
But I can get that back to you.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Definitely, we need more affordable housing, so thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall? All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
We'll go to item 15, Chief Administrative Office.
15A, Municipality of Chatham-Kent Housing Needs Assessment.
Councillor Story and Councillor Anderson, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
And I'm happy to second.
Okay. All right, we'll go to the presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Tim Welch from TWC, and recognizing you've already had a very full agenda, I'll try to keep this moving reasonably quickly. Our firm works in a number of municipalities across Ontario, doing both housing needs assessment, housing policy research, as well as affordable housing development. And we've been assisted in this report by the firm Watson Associates on some of the data needs for the report. In terms of why housing needs assessment, I mean, many councillors have made the comment in terms of the need for housing, but it is really important to have that statistical database to help look at the variety of needs across the community. I'll also mention that on a very practical point of view, the federal government has recently had a requirement to have a housing needs assessment template in order for municipalities to access certain infrastructure funding. So I think you want to make sure you keep federal money flowing. We'll talk a little bit about some of the key insights and actions and a little bit about some of the challenges and potential reports, but recognizing there's still going to be more work done in the future by Chatham-Kent in terms of an affordable housing strategy. With there is, after more modest growth and sometimes flatlining and even modest declines over the past 15 or 20 years in terms of Chatham-Kent's population, there's a more steady, modest growth and a continuing growth projected in the municipality. As part of that growth, the population will, on average, continue to age. I'm myself in the statistical maximum baby boom year of 1961, and many of us will just continue to get a little older. I'm sort of afraid to say, but that's a reality, and that will also have a very real impact in terms of the type of housing that's needed, in terms of more smaller households for seniors, etc. That will also mean that there will be need for more accessible housing than currently exists in the community. There is, as members of council are also aware, a growing number of people applying for rent geared to income assisted housing through the municipality for the waiting list. But we do want to talk about there is a significant range, again, as members of council are aware, of what we mean by affordable. It can be, before coming to council meeting tonight, stop for a beverage and cookie at a famous place named after a former NHL legend. And people generally in the coffee shops and retail may make minimum wage or a little bit above minimum wage, and a single person could afford perhaps $900 a month rent. Similarly, daycare workers, personal support workers who might be earning $23, $24, $25 an hour might be able to afford $1,200, $11, $12, $12.50 a month in rent when looking at 30% of their income on rent. So there's a wide, and then we have a single person receiving a disability pension gets a maximum of $582 a month. That's what they can afford. So when we talk about affordability, it's really important to keep in mind we've got a wide range of affordable housing needs. It's not just one category that is affordable housing. There is also need for new market housing as well. That will be at rent levels higher than that as your population continues to grow. There also may be, as some seniors retire and aren't looking necessarily to have a full detached house with yard and maintenance, looking for market level apartments. So that will also be some of the pressures in the future. We've had also, as members of council are aware, over the last 4 to 5 years, a very significant increase in the price and cost of ownership housing. Even though in the last year and a half, prices have leveled off because interest rates went up relative to where they were in 2021, 2022, the cost of carrying those mortgages are actually higher, even if the price went down 5% from what it might have been 2 years ago, for example. And when we look at affordability, we look at the cost of housing, the range of housing, compared to people's incomes. So it is certainly a challenge in terms of meeting those variety of housing needs. We've seen different levels of action from different levels of federal and provincial governments. And we'll have, I guess, later on tonight, we'll know what the federal government is moving forward and seeing what continuing efforts are put in on that front. But certainly is necessary, as again, I believe all members of council know, the importance of having active support from federal and provincial governments in order to help you meet the housing needs in your community. A few of the key statistics in the report, there's a lot of numbers in the full document with looking at affordability. There's a phrase called core housing need. There's one way of measuring housing need in a community, that nearly 16% of the households have a core housing need, but it's more disproportionate on renter households, with over 30% of the people who rent in this community have an affordable housing need where they're paying more than 30% of their income on rent. We also, from that those households more likely to be in that core housing need and have greater affordable housing needs are single-person households and people, single-parent households. A few other key statistics, as mentioned, there has been overall an increase in average rent as reported by Canada Mortgages and Housing Corporation over the past 5 years, of 44% over 5 years, so significantly above the rate of inflation. And those market rents, when units are turned over, when someone moves out and someone new moves into the apartment, there isn't a regulation as to what those new rents will be. That's called vacancy decontrol, and that's had that pressure in terms of pushing up market rents. So there is certainly the need for a range of more purpose-built, affordable housing, rental housing that's affordable or attainable, or market housing, quite frankly. As mentioned, with the growing population, the increase in rental supply has not kept up overall with demands. There's lots of efforts going on. Ray just highlighted some of the work, obviously, that the municipality is doing. We heard earlier from private sector developers, but there is continuing pressure in the market. There has also been more transactions and investments in purchasing existing rental buildings, much of the rental stock that was built in the 60s and 70s. And as those are sometimes sold and in some cases renovated, there can be higher rents charged for those renovated units. As I mentioned, there is significant data in the report about the waiting lists for more deeply affordable units, those rent-geared to income units in the community. And there's a particularly high and long waiting list for one-bedroom units. There's lots of efforts going on by this council, by members of staff, but it certainly needs ongoing and significant and increased support from federal and provincial governments. Just a quick chart to highlight about the rent geared to income waiting list, which is one piece of the affordable housing piece, but it's very lengthy, and look at the years in different communities, ranging from 4, 5, 6, or even 9 years for a waiting list for a rent geared to income unit in the community of Chatham itself within the municipality. There has been an increase in housing starts for a couple of years, so that's great in terms of helping with the supply and meeting the overall housing need. But you still look as a community, as I mentioned, with both the need for one-bedroom units, the need with the overall aging population. You've got 3/4 of the homes in the municipality are single-detached homes, which is great for the majority of households, but there still needs to be more diversity in the physical type of housing stock. Just trying to keep moving forward. That we did have one of the key things in the report is doing projections of number of units that are projected. This is the work we did with Watson over the next 25 years. So it's over 23,000 households is generally the projection. Recognizing that some of that growth will be coming from smaller households because as the population continues to age. So that's part of the push on that. There is a breakdown in the report about dividing up units that you'll see from those 23,000 units that over 9,000, certainly in terms of new market units, at attainable, which is sort of more workforce housing, people who might be working at moderate incomes, over 5,000 units. We did have a large number at 7,800 for rent-geared income units for meeting the need based on the incomes of people who live in the community. So that's a huge challenge. Those kind of dollars for those kind of more deeply affordable units are going to have to come from senior levels of government, not from the municipal property tax base to help meet that need. And of those, over 2,200 supportive housing units, some of those will be supported for seniors who need light care. They still can live independently in their own apartments, but still need some support services. Some of those will be for people that have mental health issues as well. So it's a variety of types of supportive housing units. That's where we mentioned the chart, a very large on a percentage basis increase. A lot of that is due to the aging population and a continuing need for rent-geared income housing. But there is also, it's important to keep in mind, a lot of that still is workforce housing, people working in the community to provide a variety of really important services, retail sector, et cetera, to the residents of the community. In the report, we do have a section certainly on homelessness, and as members of council be aware, there has been a significant, quite dramatic increase in homelessness over the last 5-6 years. There has been regular reporting in terms of almost 100 people living in encampments, the most visible reality of homelessness in the community. There's been a lot of good initiatives, but it is a very costly and labor-intensive work in terms of trying to provide homes for people who have significant issues. So this is the data, again, as councillors may be familiar with, for the most recent point-in-time count. Probably too many numbers on this slide. That we did do some public surveys, had good response, over 300 people, and it reinforced, maybe I'll summarize to say, it reinforced a lot of people in the community being very concerned about the impact of lack of affordable housing on themselves or other family members. And of course, when looking at housing needs, it's also very important, as staff and council are aware, to trying to coordinate that issue, the importance of transit for housing affordability, for people who don't have cars, for example. The importance, obviously, of making sure that the services are in the ground when you're creating new housing, and having the roads and bridges necessary to make those connections for people within the community. So there is, again, ongoing discussion about the role in terms of that back since the late 1990s, just after your amalgamation and then the downloading of different services, about the role. On the one hand, can be a lot of positives, that you have the good local communication, understanding the needs in your community. You're able to help determine a vision for where you want to go as a community in meeting the affordable housing needs, or the range, I shouldn't say affordable, the range of housing needs. You obviously, as a municipality, make decisions, determinations on planning approvals, on land use policy, and able to provide some support and some financial assistance for the creation of new affordable housing. Some of that comes already from transfers, like the Ofi-Kochi money mentioned most recently, to help deal with those needs, but it still is really key when you look at the financial resources and tax base of different levels of government, to have ideally a predictable source of and major source of federal and provincial funds to help meet the affordable housing needs, and for some individuals to have the program support dollars to make sure their tenancies are successful. That members of council recognize that homelessness is very expensive and destabilizing, both individuals and for neighbors in the community. The goal of the housing programs is certainly to keep people housed, and that is the importance in terms of having supportive housing to try and bring stability to the individuals and to the community that way. That can be a very challenging ongoing process in terms of keeping some focus here on emergency housing. Stabilizing people who have been chronically homeless takes a large number of months, and in some cases years, to get them to a stable position. And it is much more strategically, financially strategic to have those investments for people who are housed now but are a little bit precariously housed or need some additional support or maybe some supplements to keep them housed in, rather than building new construction on that. So it's important to also have initiatives that deal with, that can provide that kind of assistance. And we also had feedback certainly from some of the supports about for existing homeowners that are modest incomes. Many of those would be seniors, but not all, that have relatively modest incomes but are homeowners and have issues regarding repairs of their sometimes 40, 50, 60, 70-year-old homes or older. So also to look at strategic investments, whether it's from yourself or, again, through some of the dollars that come from the federal and provincial governments, to look for options to support people to be able to maintain and stay in their existing homes. Some of that is really getting towards probably the next stage of work that Ray mentioned about towards a housing strategy. Just a couple of final observations that there is housing need throughout the community, throughout the municipality, that there's been much of the new development more recently in Chatham within the community, but we have details and detailed projections that's in the staff report as well about the projected need by the different communities within the municipality. It's important also to look at a variety of approaches for expanding the housing mix. A number of municipalities are continuing to look at ways for accessory dwelling units, small-scale intensification as a way of meeting different housing needs. And of course, it's very important to keep that dialogue going about what it means to be meeting the housing needs, the range of housing needs of the community, so people understand it's about their neighbors, it's about people who live and work in the community and make it function successfully. So thank you very much. It was a little bit more rapid, but hopefully still found it helpful, and I'm more than happy to take questions or comments from council. Thank you very much.
Councillor Story, you had some questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tim, very much for that information. It's timely and important, and thank you, Ray, as well, and the team for that. I'm not sure, I think I have a few questions probably for both of you, but maybe for you, Tim, first. I think that might be closer to your...
We're happy to tag team.
Yes, perfect. So. Right now, if I'm calculating the report correctly, we have about 3,300 affordable RGI attainable units versus 1,500 market rate needed. Is that a normal ratio between the one, I'm sort of lumping the three together versus the market rate. Would that be a normal ratio in most communities?
Typical rate, I'll say typical ratio. I think part of it, it's probably a little bit higher in Chatham-Kent because it reflects the income levels. And the income levels in Chatham-Kent are certainly less than provincial averages, but probably less than some of the other surrounding communities even. That's just the reality. Part of that will also reflect you're a little bit higher in terms of aging population, and people's incomes do go down on average when they retire. So it's a little bit different than some of the other surrounding communities.
Okay, thank you. In terms of those numbers, if you take attainable out, because that is a slightly separate category in terms of the RGI, supportive and affordable, we're looking at about 2306 if I'm tallying up the table correctly. And it's not a criticism at all. It's more an observation about the numbers that we're building in Chatham-Kent. In the report, we're looking at 17 in Ridgetown and 11 at Eugenie. Like, there's clearly it takes a lot of time and effort to build even 11 unit developments, and we need over 2,300 forecast in your report for the next 5 years. So it'll take us 2 decades to meet what we need the next 5 years if we go at that rate.
I'll make a comment in turn, Ray, that you're correct, Councillor, that it is a huge need. There's supply. There's also can be some initiatives to help some people who have possibly through rent supplements. The municipality does do rent supplement for people in there. The federal government in the last five or so years had a housing benefit program. People whose home might be fine, maybe they can afford $800, but the rent's actually $1,200. So is there $400 a month top up that can come from either the province or the federal government? So those are a variety of approaches. And I will say, looking at other municipalities, they are all, if not faced with the exact same numbers, trying to look at various approaches to deal with this. You're right, it's a very large-scale issue. I'm trying not to make any comments about the federal election that we'll hear some results in the next couple of hours, I guess. But there obviously needs to be a very major effort put on to help meet those housing needs. We've seen population growth, and that means a variety of housing needs to reflect that population growth. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so if I may add on, that's why it's important as a multi-pronged approach. From the municipality, we help to house people through different programs, our rents up programs, our portable housing benefits, obviously developing our own affordable housing units, but we've also supported our private nonprofits in various projects and to create more units, as well as the private sector that has developed and created units. And I think it's important that, to know with those number of units, it's impossible for us to build all those units ourselves. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. So our strategic approach is try to turn $1 million into $3 million in terms of strong grant applications.
Thank you, Ray. To build on that, then, is it simply a question of money? Like, if we had all the money we needed to build 2,306 units in the next 5 years as forecast, would that be possible? Like, if it was simply a financial question, if we had all those dollars, would we be able to do that?
I think it's more complicated than just money. It's money and resources. We have some infrastructure challenges in Chatham-Kent. It's not a perfect picture, especially in some of the communities in this housing needs assessment that is in need of housing. We need time, money, resources. It's a complicated problem, and that's why there's a housing crisis across Canada.
Thank you. I'll wrap up. I know we're on a time limit here. I appreciate the numerous mentions of accessibility. That is a key concern of many people with disabilities, and they're often more higher represented in the lower income brackets and in the issues with finding secure and safe housing and affordable housing. Would you characterize this as a crisis that we're facing right now?
There's definitely many articles and documentations and supporting evidence that this is a housing crisis, but I definitely would like to say that it's definitely seeing a affordable housing crisis and an affordability, for sure.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. There's a 30% increase in our centralized wait list in 2024 alone. That's a alarming number. So thank you very much.
Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just wanted to acknowledge that, Mr. Harper, just from your perspective, I know a lot of times that you're speaking up here, it's all generally speaking, it's in regards to, municipal projects and all that. But what's your thoughts, just really briefly, on the importance of all development when it comes to different, types of housing? Your report, normally, there was a couple items today on the agenda that I would have asked more questions about, but in reading your report, knowing how much we actually need housing in our community, what's your thought process on, as council as a whole, supporting different types of housing in our community and how important that is, not just specific to affordable housing, but, from a density perspective and all that as well? Because often when we get to ask you questions, it's about our builds and our properties, but I just wanted to hear your general thought process on us supporting other developments as well.
Thank you, Councillor. So we need housing across the entire continuum at all income levels, is addressed in the housing needs report. The housing is important to attract people to Chatham-Kent, retain people in Chatham-Kent with the economic spin, and keep people appropriately housed in the jobs that they may have. So there's definitely a huge cascading effect of developing housing across all those levels.
And just lastly, I know it's really hard to probably quantify this because of the fact that affordability has really become unbalanced, but have you noticed any type of a little bit of openings from us increasing our inventory from our CIP projects that we've had here, or, because a lot of them are higher market that's come available, but people entering those properties, if they've at least increased the inventory of some more, I'm not going to say affordable, but more obtainable housing compared to their their environment of, salary and pay structure.
I'll speak a couple comments on the CIP. We've definitely had some interest in the CIP program, and we've seen lots of development on apartments throughout Chatham. In terms of the affordable element of the CIP, we're looking at reviewing those programs and enhancing those incentives for the affordable element. perhaps Bruce may want to comment on the uptick on the CIP and housing overall?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in general, I think theoretically, I think the question really was, are we seeing existing apartment units that have been around for a number of years creating more stock based on new programs that have been built over the last several years through the use of the CIP. I think you'll see that over time. It's just a matter of the supply and demand, fundamentally speaking, right? So, but what I think this report is saying, we still have demand, so we need to continue building. I think that's the short answer. But we have seen, we've seen a number of new apartments built over the last few years, as you can obviously see if you have the community.
Thanks. And last question through you, Mayor Caniff. So I've noticed, one thing I've noticed since all of affordable housing, and there's often pushbacks when things are coming to council from neighborhoods as well as, different opinions. And I think that that's all, part of the, just basically part of the scene when it comes to these types of things. But one thing I have noticed is that there hasn't been really any private development in Chatham-Kent for affordable housing, really anything of major. Is that an accurate statement, Mr. Harper, that from if essentially right now, if we're not doing these affordable housings and these supportive housings, there hasn't really been an appetite for any private developer to come into the municipality and invest in that? Is that fairly accurate?
Yeah, I would say that is. The last major private development of affordable housing was because of a large municipal contribution towards the capital costs. So in order for a private developer, generally, there has to make sense in their capital budget and operation in their development process. So, but we're working with, we do have private developers at the table. They're looking to try to make it work, make it sense. So we're actively involved in those discussions.
Add, if I may, sorry, that I think it is really important in terms of we're seeing throughout Southern Ontario more private sector with the ownership market slowing down. They may have got a site that's zoned, so they may be looking at to have it as a rental project that might have a mixture of market rental and some portion of affordable. The current federal government's apartment construction loan program, for example, requires about 20%, kind of 80% of the units as affordable, and 80% of the units as market, and 20 to 25% as affordable, and access a below market interest rate. And we're seeing a lot more places that the private sector are looking at that more seriously and moving forward with that. And I think hopefully you'll see some of that in Chatham-Kent.
Thank you.
Your Worship, maybe if I can just add to the answer from Mr. Harper. So, Councillor Sakaji's question, we have recently held some meetings with developers, real estate agents, builders in the community to ask them that very question. Why is it that you're not in the affordable housing business? Because we do have some incentives there. We have some incentives through our CIP. We now own some land, and so there maybe it's the cost of land that is the barrier for them. So we've had some discussion with them, and that's been helpful for us. I think that this community hasn't had a lot of multi-residential built in a while anyway, so it's only now that some of the local builders are having a better understanding of how much it costs to build multi-residential in the first place. So I would suggest that there is a greater interest right now than ever before. We may have to come back to council and talk about our CIPs and see whether or not the incentives are aggressive enough. But we're hoping that will change because we think that the private sector could probably do it better than we can. And so we're going to continue to talk about them to see if we can somehow hit that right note. I do agree that part of it is having a mix of affordable and market. But we expect to come back to council soon with the results of those discussions.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall? All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
All right, Council, you want the good news or the bad news? Well, I'll give you some good news is item 15D and 15E we're deferring. Those are 2 information presentations. We had a consultant online. We've asked them to tune out. So, but we still have 7 items to go. And so we'll move on to the next item.
15C, Chatham-Kent Affordable and Supportive Housing Development Options.
Councillor Doyle and Councillor Harrigan. Just to move it, put on the floor, please.
Yeah, I can, well, I don't support number 1 though, so I.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Harrigan. Can I put this on the floor, please?
So moved.
So seconded.
Okay. Councillor, anything from you? Okay, Councillor Doyle, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess just in reading the reports, and when we purchased the building at 110 Sandy Street, I believe it was going to be affordable housing, and the 3 motions that this linked up to from the past all seem to be about affordable housing. So for me personally, I would still support it if it was affordable housing for that location, but I do not believe putting supportive housing within 500 meters from a school and 500 meters from the women's shelter is the greatest idea. So if this, I would like to split them up so we could vote on them separately, and then if number 1 were to fail, I could put back on the floor to make it supportive housing.
All right, we can certainly split them.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions then? We'll get to start voting.
Yeah, I think that we've heard a lot of information tonight about the need for housing in Chatham-Kent, and I don't think I've heard in the community any more significant feedback around the issue we need to address, that's homelessness and supportive housing and housing availability. So, you know, right after we talk about what we need in the community, we have an opportunity to move forward, at least in that first step, to go for RFP and see what we can develop in the community. And I think we also need to pay close attention into the assumptions we make of the type of people that live in any type of housing. So I think it's important to remember housing is a human right. We can't zone or choose who are our neighbors. We can't define where people should live. And we have a responsibility, I think, as a community to look out for the most vulnerable. And I think someone said tonight, just because it's easy doesn't mean it's right. I think it's really easy to say no. I think it's politically really easy to say no, and I think the right thing to do is to say yes and to look for these options in our community. So I look forward to supporting this tonight and to the outcomes that we see in the RFP process. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote, starting with item number 1.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 12 to 5.
Is there 2 and 3 there? Is there 2 and 3? Sorry, just the 2. Yeah. Just 2. Okay. And we'll move on to item 2.
Councillor Hall? All votes are in. Motion passes 16 to 1.
Move on to item 16, infrastructure and engineering services.
16A, core infrastructure detailed asset management plans.
There's a presentation coming up, maybe Councillor McDonald and Councillor C. McGregor. Can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Yep, I'll move it.
Happy to second.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Sean Hilderly. I'm the Manager of Asset and Quality Management here at Chatham-Kent. You may remember me from my previous presentations where I'm high energy and overly optimistic. I'm going to try to be super quick tonight because I know the meeting requires it. So today we're here to talk about the core asset management plans. When I came to you last time, we spoke of the non-core asset management plans. The non-core asset management plans are things like police, fire, parks and recreation, And the core asset management plans are the things that we're going to talk about tonight, which are roads, water, wastewater, stormwater, bridges, and culverts. These are the heavy hitters of your assets. These are the big numbers. These are the ones that are going to be a little bit shocking for you. So we're going to take you through them as quickly as possible. Of course, we're here because asset management is a really good thing to do to understand your levels of service, where your infrastructure dollars go. When I was here previously, the very first time, a councillor suggested that it felt like often infrastructure was a black hole, and it seemed like we were just kind of throwing money at it. We never knew quite what we were going to get out of it, and it seemed like it was a never-ending pit. I understand that sentiment exactly. However, that's our job in asset management, to quantify what we have so that we can make a plan for what we're going to do, okay? So we have this legislation that enacts us to come to you with these detailed asset management plans to provide you with some information so that you're well aware of the situation that this council is in. And you can see up here all the green check marks, and we've gone along and hit all those milestones. But the province did ask us to go back and revisit the 2022 plans, and that's why we're here tonight. I will be back again in the summertime with a consolidated plan for you, but tonight we're just going to talk about the core the core plans, okay? So really, asset management isn't inventory, but you have to have an inventory to do asset management. If you don't have a good understanding of what you have, it's really challenging to make a plan for how you're going to fix the problems that you're facing in the future. So tonight we're going to talk a little bit about what Chatham-Kent owns. For your roads, you're at about $4 billion of replacement cost. Okay, so we're not just talking about the paved surface and the gravel surfaces, we're talking about all the accoutrement that goes along with owning a roads and being able to take care of those roads. You need trucks to plow the snow, you need to make sure that there's road signs there, such as stop and speed signs. It's everything that's included to be able to have a good road network, and you have $4 billion of replacement costs just of roads. To give you an idea of how much roads you actually have, if you were to take your paved roads and connect them and leave from the city of Chatham and drive all the way south, you would get to Atlanta, Georgia. Now, if you want to add your gravel roads on that, and you were to magically be able to travel south because you'd be traveling underwater, you'd get to Cuba. That's a lot of roads. That's a significant amount of roads and everything that goes along with it. For your bridge and culvert network, you're sitting at about $1.5 billion of replacement costs. Significant amount there. Look at your roadway culverts. You have 16,000 plus roadway culverts. That's a lot. They don't just take care of themselves. It requires resourcing, it requires energy, and it requires funds to be able to take care of all of these assets. Stormwater, $1.7 billion. We're not just talking about pipes. You have ponds, you have pumping stations, you have property connections, you have maintenance holes. It's a significant amount of infrastructure required to deliver a stormwater network. Your water network sits at about $2.5 billion. If again, you were to magically put all those pipes in a linear straight line over top of road work and you stayed inside of Canada, and you started from Chatham-Kent, you would get to St. John, New Brunswick. That's how many pipes you have just for water. It's significant. When you talk about your waste network, you're sitting at $1.75 billion. This is wastewater. These are all very necessary services to support your economy, to support your community, and it is very costly. If you were to put all of this non-core and core together, you're sitting well over $13 billion worth of assets. And you have 112,000 people to support this infrastructure. It's challenging because the next piece I'm going to show you is the infrastructure gap. That is the difference between what we should be spending according to maintain our current level of service. Not adding anything new, not adding anything on top of it, but to just maintain our current level of service. Over 10 years, you need $2.36 billion, 112,000 people, $2.36 billion. Over an annual perspective, that's $236 million more than we currently are allotting to the budget. That's significant. This is what we try to do to show you where some of the biggest problems are. Stormwater rings out at almost $60 million required to be able to continue to deliver the level of service. The non-core sitting off at the side at almost $49 million every single year, and roads is sitting at about $46 million a year. Some hard choices ahead. This graph here really depicts now you're looking at the bars, let me explain those. Those are the expenses of what we need to be spending to maintain our current level of service. Those bars indicate operational activities, maintenance activities. The orange is what you're planning on acquiring. So you can see the very large amount of assets you're planning on acquiring. And the blue is really about the assets that we currently have that are due for renewal at this particular point in time. The red dotted line up at the top there is the budget you would need to be able to take care of your infrastructure debt gap in 10 years, if you were to propose to do it in 10 years. The province makes us squish it down to a 10-year window and say, if you were to do this in 10 years, you would need $236 million annually to do so. That black dotted line down at the bottom is your current budget. The gap we're talking about is the difference between that black dotted line and the red dotted line. So can we solve this problem in 10 years? And the answer to that is absolutely not. There's no way that you could reasonably be expected to do that. So what we do is we propose a 30-year term to work on closing this gap. And that seems really far out there. But it is taking us decades upon decades of constantly building assets and not necessarily funding them appropriately to put us in this position. It will take us some significant time and significant effort to get us into a better position. That's where that green line is in the middle. That's proposed over the next 10 years to get us from where we are today. At the end of that, in 10 years, we would like to be at 85 additional millions of dollars to be able to support the current level of service and work at that 30-year plan of closing that gap. Again, this is not without adding anything new. Now, does that mean you should never add anything new? No. There are lots of opportunities and good reasons why you should add new assets and new services to your system. But we recommend that you're willing to fund them fully when you do so that you're not burdening future generations with a continued gap, because that's how that gap came to be. That gap came to be because we built things and we didn't receive necessarily the support from the provinces, or they downloaded some things to us. I'll give you an example. In 1998, they downloaded 230 odd kilometers of roads to us. And they downloaded several bridges to us, and they downloaded several culverts to us. And they were very kind, and they gave us 1 year's worth of $11 million of funding. And now our taxpayers are now responsible for what is, the price was, $300 million back in 1998, is now about $500 million that we are now responsible for renewing, plus the annual cost of operating and maintaining those that got downloaded to us. That's part of where that gap comes from. And part of it is that we just have not been able to sustain the funding necessary to take care of our assets in the way that we're expecting to for our levels of service. So when we talk about levels of service, I always look around the horseshoe, because staff do not set your levels of service. You all set your levels of service, and you set it through your budget. That's how you set your levels of service. If there aren't enough funds to be able to maintain a level of service, it's our job as staff to, in our plans, we have to create a sustainable level of service. So they will be lowered by the very nature that there isn't enough budget to be able to sustain them. Our current levels of service as well are not all being met. Some of them are falling down because of constraints and restraints as well too. We're not able to do everything we should be doing. So that is a concern for ourselves as well. Another thing that impacts that gap for levels of service is that every time we bring on additional assets, we are creating, if we're not being able to fully fund them or we're not getting supported from the province, we are exacerbating that gap as well. Again, there are opportunities and reasons why you would acquire assets. One might be that the province mandates it, 911. Immediately you think of the new information systems that we have to get for 911. It's mandated, we're spending the money on it. Another reason is when you acquire assets, there's opportunities to actually save money by acquiring certain assets, consolidating things, making them better, more efficient, more purposeful. Those are reasons why you might want to acquire things. We're not saying don't acquire anything. We're just saying that when you do acquire something, please make sure that we're trying to fully fund them. We don't want to just say, well, we don't have to take care of it for 5, 10 years down the road. We should proportionally be sharing that along the way. So how do you manage the gap? So there are basically 5 approaches. The first one isn't much of an approach, but it is something that certain councils have, I've been experienced over many times, and that's to do nothing. You do have impacts by doing nothing, though. By not addressing this, you are going to have assets degrade, the gap will increase, levels of service, damage to your reputation, decreased customer satisfaction. It's a litany of problems if you do nothing. We're not suggesting that. What we're suggesting is you take an approach of the bottom 4. And that is to, when appropriate, and you don't have the demand and you don't have the financial wherewithal and ability to do so, defer projects out. When there's an opportunity to close an underutilized asset or one that isn't being utilized at all, there is an opportunity for that. I know that that is a sensitive subject, but at the same point in time, I'm going to go back and point out that we have a $2.3 billion infrastructure gap. We currently can't afford everything that we have. So we have to take a look at what we have and just go through the thorough process of evaluating what is essential, what is critical, and what can we do. Reducing the expected levels of service, that is something that goes along with just managing certain time, certain ability, and what we offer to the public. Another option is the funding of the gap, and I don't necessarily mean we directly raise taxes to get $2.3 billion over the next 10 years. Some of that has to come from the province. There has to be some share of responsibility that comes from them. I am going to point out the fact, though, if you have a $2.36 billion infrastructure gap and you were to say magically be able to use up all of your infrastructure debt limit that you have, you're going to take $900 million off that. And if our OSIF money goes up, say $20 million a year, over 10 years you're taking $200 million off that, and we still have $1.4 billion of infrastructure that we need to consider and think about. The province isn't going to come and solve all of our problems. It's not going to happen. So we do have to address that when we're considering funding the gap. Again, we're not suggesting you do it immediately. We're looking at a 30-year window to ensure that we can do it sustainably, affordably, and reduce the impacts of having to consider what our levels of service are. Sustainability is a key factor here, partly because that is an essential component of what the province is expecting from us. Not only do we need these plans to be completed to be able to achieve funding envelopes from both the province and the federal government, we need to be showing that we're moving towards sustainability because the province has a finite amount of money that they can provide to us. They cannot just give us endless sums of money. They are expecting us to look towards being good stewards of our assets and our services and demonstrate that we are moving towards achieving sustainability. If we are not moving towards that, they will likely invest in other areas, other municipalities that are moving towards sustainability. They're not going to throw money at a sinking ship, I guess is one way to say that. The other way is to make sure that if we are proving that we are moving towards sustainability, we have an equal shot at that money, just as much as any other municipality. It's really important that we move towards that sustainability goal. We have some recommendations within our report here. One of them is that finance and asset management should work together to create a long-term financial plan. We've talked about this several times. That's the key piece that ties these asset management plans when you go into the budget process. We need that long-term financial plan to exist so that you understand that when you're offering $1 million here, $100,000 there, that you understand what those outcomes will be to the levels of service so that you're connected on the fact that if I spend money here, I'm going to achieve this. It's to that comment of the black hole. We want to make sure that that long-term financial plan is in place to give you the tools to understand what your financial decisions will do to impact those levels of service. Another thing that we have in here is that we suggest that administration undertake a review of all assets and services and connect a divestment strategy together so that we can come back to you folks with some options for you. Because remember, there's those 4 solutions up there. One of them is not going to solve all your problems. We're going to have to look at all 4 of those options to be able to manage that gap over time. The next thing that we've recommended here as well too is that council, the next term of council, consider looking at that annual AMP fund that you've put into your levy there of 1.5% and consider moving it up to 2.5% to help us deal with some of that gap over time. Another recommendation we have here is a detailed financial advocacy plan. That is a really key factor for us expressing our needs to the province. I think that's one of the best recommendations we have in our report is to continue to continually advocate to the province and upper levels of government to help support the infrastructure that we've built here. Some of the next steps include undertaking all of that, as well as making sure that we're updating the detailed asset management plans on a regular basis. So we're coming back to you with best information, so you have that information to make choices during your budget process. And we want to make sure that we're defining the levels of service in a way that you can have meaningful conversations with your constituents so that they understand. And my hope is that as councillors, you will help advocate to the public and explain why it is so expensive to deliver upon this infrastructure. And that's what those plans are for. They're tools for you to understand. If you have a question about parks, you should be able to go to that parks plan and you should be able to dig in there and find some answers for your constituents. It's not just about making choices, it's about communication to the public, because I think one of the biggest roadblocks we face is the public understanding just how expensive some of this infrastructure truly is to not just own, but to operate, maintain, and keep going at the continued level of service that we're at now. I try to speed through this as quickly as humanly possible, okay? So it's a new record for me. I like to talk a lot. Any questions?
Any questions? Councillor Harrigan.
So first, I just want to give a plug for the amazing asset management plans that you have on the website. They're readable and really accessible, so I appreciate that. In terms of the working towards a divestment strategy, there wasn't a ton of detail in the report around what that would entail. Would you be coming back to council around what that is, what that would involve, or would it be happening over the course of a series of service review? Like we had the customer service review report tonight, for example, and that would have some implications on asset management planning. Like, will it be happening across the municipality, or will it be a dedicated discussion?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we would definitely be trying to have staff connect with all of the services, and we would come back to council with, the part of what we'd be doing in the future is having an information session with council to help make sure that we understand the levels of service that we're setting. And during that time, we'd be talking about some of the direction we want to go with that divestment plan. Again, we would just bring it up as options for you, right? We're not suggesting we close anything, but we do need to look at all of the pieces to make an informed choice. You're welcome.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for a very well-presented report and presentation. This can get a little bit heavy and complex, so I appreciate you really making it clear for us. Can you maybe, things I wasn't totally clear on was the 10-year versus the 30-year window. Now, the province wants us to look at a 10-year window for their own records, but we're not looking at a 10-year window. Can you maybe just
Sure, I
reiterate
apologize.
that one for me? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. That was a little bit confusing. So the legislation mandates that we at bare minimum have a 10-year window for our asset management plans. So that's where we start. We would actually advocate for the water plans, the wastewater plans, roads, those core assets to be of probably a 20 to 30 year perspective. We just know that managing the gap in such a short period of time, it's just not feasible or doable. It just wouldn't be possible.
In that gap, meaning the 2.3 billion?
Yes, the 2.3
Addressing
billion.
that, yeah, that makes sense.
Kind of a rough number there, yeah.
Yeah. In terms of some of your recommendations, I'm glad you brought those forward. I look forward to seeing those again as they are relevant to what we're looking at. Is there a reason why we wouldn't necessarily look at increasing that life cycle funding immediately, like in our next budgets, even in this term, versus looking at the next term and beyond?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. There's no reason why you couldn't consider doing that. That was just, we put it in as something to consider for the future one, knowing that the needs are great already. If council chose to do something such as that, they're more than welcome to, and we'd welcome the opportunity to invest in closing that gap.
Thank you. I'm sure you would.
Yeah, we would.
Thank you. Just one final comment. FCM is working hard has been working with both parties behind the scenes and actively to ensure the infrastructure gap is addressed. FCM was the primary driver behind the creation of the gas tax, which does provide reliable funding to municipalities on infrastructure. And they've just recently done a report about growing the gas tax, so that's on FCM's radar, just as an FYI. That's something that, with the new government, whoever it is, will be working on that as a major priority. So I'm glad that's included in your advocacy. Thank you very much.
Gord, you wanted to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple comments. The reason why this even exists, the asset management plan requirements that Sean's done and team has done a great job on pulling together in a short time. This is because the upper level governments really didn't know what assets were owned by municipalities across Canada. You go back to 2010, financial assets weren't even on our financial statements. We've come a long way. This is just another step. I also remind council, we started with nothing basically in 1998 for replacing our assets. Now we have roughly $80 million annually in the budget. And we've done that without inflation adjustments from those upper level of governments. Our gas tax, federal gas tax now is the same level as it was in 2009. So this is about getting the data for those upper level of governments to use, that they can trust that solid data across Ontario, across Canada. And it's really up to the whatever government gets elected tonight and the provincial governments across Canada to come to the table and help all municipalities with this problem.
Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Sean. And I know I read it, but when did you say you'd be coming back with the divestment recommendations?
That, through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, thank you for the question. It would take time to do a divestment strategy. So for staff to do something like that it would not be within the next 3 months. I wouldn't suggest anything like that. We'd have to go through quite a process to be able to do that. And maybe Marissa might be able to help me with the timing of something like that. Sorry.
Okay, so it's just within this term of council. So, and it's just a thought that, you know, we're going to, after another, by this time next year, we're heading into another election and election thoughts. And whenever any divestment issues and reports come to council, they tend to come to the council at the end of a term, and they're always shot down because there's not the will around the council table. And then sometimes they pick and choose in different areas. And I'm just going to suggest that if you're going to go out and do a divestment plan, that you find a way to do some form of a ratio that it's equal across the municipality and it's not targeted areas, because you'll never gain the support when it's individual targeted areas, because nobody's willing to do so within their community. So if it's going to be looked at, you know, and I know this is not the right way to do it, but, you know, maybe you look at population in an area, and then there's a ratio at looking at divestments across the board, so that everybody's can understand that it's an equal process across the municipality and not in targeted areas. So just a thought. Thanks.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Move on to 16F. Motion by Councillor Sakachi regarding Talbot Trail realignment funding.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you. That administration approach a new Minister of Agriculture and MPP for Chatham-Kent, Leamington, Trevor Jones, with a request for $5 million of provincial funding for the Talbot Trail project in the provincial 2025-2026 budget to resume the flow of agricultural product and for the future economic success of the regions.
Councillor Anderson, you want to second that?
Yep, I'm happy to second that.
Okay. Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm actually going to defer the initial comments to my co-councillor here, as she's been working hard on this project with her co-councillor as well. So I'll just wrap up a couple of brief comments at the end. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thank you, Councillor Scotchy, for bringing this forward. I think that this topic has been discussed around this horseshoe before, and we know that there has been a significant download of provincial roads to the municipality. I think when it comes to Talbot Trail, the interesting opportunity that we have with speaking to our agricultural minister, the Honourable Trevor Jones, is that road is used often for agricultural processing, import-export. And getting the necessary things there that are needed to have the successful agricultural sector that we have. So I think that it's interesting, and I will say I have had conversations with Trevor Jones about this already. As soon as he got into this role, this has very much been on our radar, as I've spoken with some administration as well. I think that I appreciate Councillor Scotchy bringing this forward, and I'm more than happy to support this.
Councillor Scotchy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Just one brief, I guess, just to the clerk quickly. I received quite a bit of feedback on this matter. Actually, usually when we make these motions for letters or requests, it usually just kind of ends up in a package. But I did receive quite a bit of feedback. A lot of the feedback was in regards to us actually putting the response from the minister in either a future information report or the agenda. A couple of people, they inquired and they said they actually spoke with the mayor's office as well about these similar initiatives. And I just wanted to see if this had to be included as an amendment, or would this be something that we could just include if I just verbally requested that the response be back in a future information package?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regularly, the mayor's office staff will forward us information responses from different, whether it's organizations or ministers, and ask us to put it in the next future information package. So happy to do so even without a motion.
Doolan?
Yeah, Your Worship. Also, if this gets passed, we assume that there's council support for the idea. One of the things that you'll be hearing from me pretty soon anyway, with AMO approaching, is asking you for items that you'd like us to request delegations on. This is one that, if this passes, that I don't know if you'll get a response, but even if you do, I think we should be asking for a delegation at AMO on this specific topic. So that'll be on the list of items that we'll give to council to give us direction on, whether you want us to proceed, but I don't think that requires a motion. I think if this gets passed, then we'll assume that this is something council wants us to advocate on as often and frequently as we can, so.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Just in respect to the long meeting that we've already had and still many items, I just got to make one quick comment is that, it is kind of concerning to see the significant investment into the community, into our neighbors, which obviously any investment is good into our province, but knowing that we have this, essentially catastrophic issue in our municipality that, once was a provincial roadway, and to just recent conversations that just came up, our asset management plan. This is a very essential road network to our community. It's not just a scenic road network. It is a driver for our economic and agricultural products. And I hope that Minister Trevor Jones will see the vitalization and the importance of that roadway and look at that funding mechanism. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, sorry, I was going to a quick comment. Yes.
Yep, super fast. I just want to say that any of the feedback that I got was wondering whether doing this would delay the project from moving forward at all, if it was dependent on this project moving forward by getting this provincial funding. If you could just confirm, Marissa, that we're still moving forward as planned.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are still moving forward. This would not delay our progress on this. It is funded currently.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
Item 17, Finance, Budget, Information Technology, and Transformation.
17A, development of the 2026 annual budget update and schedule of budget committee meetings.
So with this, last meeting I asked that you wanted to make sure that they put in, and that's the opportunity now. So I guess Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Doyle are the two that gave names. So.
Thank you, Mayor Canada. First, I will move the recommendations. The only comment that I wanted to make was just to reaffirm the current service levels that was recommended and to really emphasize the importance of infrastructure in our current budget.
Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor. And I pulled this one because I have a motion for this one to go along with it. So that was my reason. Would you like me to give that now or after the, okay. So I, Councillor Ryan Doyle, move that the budget opening night meeting be brought forward 1 week to November 5th, 2025 to allow for a longer council review before budget deliberations. All the other 2026 annual budget update meetings and public consultation to remain as scheduled. Further, all budget schedules to be prepared with a minimum 20-day gap between opening night and the first deliberation meeting to ensure this fulsome review period is incorporated. So basically just, I don't know if it's been coincidence, but on the years that we've gotten the budget, last 2 years, we get the budget the same night that we also get a council meeting information or the agenda. And that agenda has seemed to be a heavy meeting. So we tend, well, for me personally, I'm reading the agenda for the council meeting because that's first from the Wednesday until the Monday, and then you don't get to get into the budget until the Monday, and then you only have a week to really go over it, and it's 1,000 pages and detailed. So this gives us a little bit more time.
Okay, Mr. Brown, if you could give us your thoughts on the feasibility of this, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the only thing that would really do for the budget team is reduce the amount of time that we have to review the document, but there is no real concerns with moving the date up.
Perfect. No real. Vote on this motion, and then we'll go to the other one.
Councillor Hall?
No.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16 to 1.
All right, we'll go to the other motion. 1 and 2, any other questions regarding the other one? Seeing none, we'll put that to vote.
And Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17 to 0.
We'll go on to item 19, Health and Human Services.
19B, increasing employment services capacity. Sorry.
Councillor Story and Councillor Hall, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to move that, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Story, go ahead. Go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Yep, I know you got me on the timer. Thank you. I found this report really helpful, so I appreciate the opportunity to have a discussion about it. I do have a couple of questions. Could you give us a quick review of what the Windsor Regional Employment Network is mentioned a few times in this report, that they are sort of overseeing what we're doing here. Now, can you just give us a quick, 2-sentence explanation about, is that a provincial agency or an arm's length organization, and we fall within their jurisdiction? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Canna, for the question. We have service system managers that oversee employment service delivery across Ontario. There's 15 service system managers, and the City of Windsor, in partnership with Workforce Windsor Essex, are a consortium that provide leadership for the Windsor Essex catchment area, or sorry, Windsor Sarnia catchment area.
Okay, thank you. I notice the reason we're looking for these new staff members is because the Windsor group is raising the number of job seeker intakes from 1,100 to 1,325. Just to be clear, that they're doing this because they are forecasting an economic downturn, or is based on what I read in the report, or can you explain if there are any other extenuating circumstances why they anticipate 200 more people seeking in the job seeking sector? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The increase in numbers is really, I'd say, part of just shaping of the new program within our region. We've only been in existence for 1 year, And I have to say, the team at the municipality of Chatham-Kent, Employment Social Services, has done a fantastic job. We're the only team, or one of only a few service system managers that hit 100% of our intake targets, where the network average was around 80%. So I think we've seen a bit of an increase as a result of our ability to deliver service.
Great. In the report, it states our unemployment rate has gone up slightly from 5.8 to 6.3% from September to December of 2024. Do we have any 2025 data yet we're looking at?
Not locally. I can tell you that Ontario's unemployment rate has increased from 7.5% in March. Ontario's unemployment rate has increased to 7.5% in March, up from 7.3% in February.
Okay, thank you. Can you help me understand a bit more about the number of intakes? I know it says that there was 1,100 intakes last year, and then also in the report it states that the description of supporting 275 unique job seekers in securing employment positions. So what is the difference between that 1,100 number and the 205 unique job seekers? Thank you.
Excellent question. So the 275 represents the number of people that we have verified, provided, or helped people find employment. Whereas the 1,100 number is all of the job seekers that come through and receive services. So people receive services on various levels. We have people that end up in training. We have people that are not successful yet in finding employment. Probably about 50% of the job seekers we support are high barriered, marginalized populations. But then there's also job seekers that we support that do not count as a statistic within our programming. For example, we recently had a very large job fair in March. I know there was over 150 jobs through that one event, and only a fraction of that would have been job seekers that were actually registered with our programming. So it's there's no question there's a significant impact that our program has on the community, but within the actual program itself, there's a range of outcomes.
Okay, thank you. And then in the report it says that opportunities are averaging about 30 hours per week at about $19.74 an hour, and our minimum wage is $17.20. So not substantially larger than our minimum wage. And I don't mean that it's in a critical context, but it's just to make clear the challenges and the variables that are facing job seekers right now and the types of jobs that they're seeking. So is there anything you would characterize the positions that jobs? I'm still under 5. Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure you were cutting me off yet. Sorry. Would you characterize anything with those job seekers in that age range, the types of jobs they're filling in this context? Thank you.
Yeah, I think the jobs they're filling is really largely reflective of the people we're serving. We predominantly serve individuals that are skilled to fill entry-level positions. That said, we help people find all kinds of work, and we certainly help professionals. It's also reflective of the kinds of jobs that are available in our community.
Thank you. And I'll just wrap up by saying I really appreciate the team working to raise awareness about these job training opportunities, especially the Disability Inclusion Webinar and the Ontario Disability Network, especially since according to our own labor force statistics, people with disabilities have a higher unemployment rate than those without disabilities. And in your report, you highlight that 441 clients, that's 40%, self-identify with a disability. So I really appreciate you including those details in there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
With that, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Item 20, Police Services.
20A, motion by Councillor Harrigan regarding CCTV expansion.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Crew, can you just put this on the floor, please?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, so moved.
Second.
Councillor Harrigan, quickly.
No comments, noting that this is just a report, so hoping to have a fulsome discussion in June.
Councillor Doyle, you had a question?
I think I voted against these things last time. Just not really in favor of them in general, so I was just going to vote no now. That's all.
Okay, with that, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Counselor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 14-2.
Item 21, Fire and Emergency Services.
21A, motion of Counselor Doyle regarding provincial funding for fire services.
Counselor Doyle?
I just was going to, sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to add on the end of this to send it to the other municipalities in Ontario and to include the letter in our information package.
Okay.
That's all.
Counselor Anderson, will you second that?
I just had some questions of clarification. I just didn't have a chance to talk to Chief Case about it, and just to get his take on this motion, and if he was part of these discussions.
Okay, is there someone who will second it? Counselor Finn? Okay. So anything else from you, Counselor Doyle?
Just again, we need to be asking upper levels of government for more financial help with things. And they do fund approximately 50% of our land ambulance right now. So I figured this might be a valid one to ask for some extra funding for. That's all.
Counselor Anderson, you had some clarifying questions.
Yeah, Chief Case, how much does the province currently fund our fire services?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, aside from grants, we get no provincial funding for fire services.
So I'm just trying to understand. Would the 20% be like a reasonable ask? It's just a very specific number that I feel like it would have come from some sort of expertise.
When you look at the rising costs of, I always use the same analogy. Fire and emergency services cost a lot more than ambulance or police. So it's not for me to guide council on what they should be doing, but 20% would be a big help, but more would be bigger.
What would be a number that you would like? What number would you like to see, Chief Case?
Sorry, ma'am, could you repeat the question?
What percentage would you like to see?
Oh, I'm happy to answer that while the chief thinks about it. There's really no model. I think the only model that we can look at is paramedic services, which is 50-50. So why not start there? It's a huge number. And I will say that paramedic services, there's only about 53, 54 across the province. So it's a smaller group. And their annual cost is usually less than fire. While pretty much every municipality has a fire department. So it's a massive number, and I suspect maybe that's where the 20 came from. But certainly if you want to start from 50, start at 50, at least there's a comparator. But I want you to be realistic that the comparator isn't a true comparator. Yes, they both have shiny trucks, and they provide emergency services, but the cost and the number of services is significantly different. So.
Thank you. I'm happy to support it at the 20%. I just didn't know where that specific amount came from, and if it was done based on a calculation of like EMS to fire, or how the 20% came, and if we do need to be that specific, or if maybe we would be a bit more successful if we didn't put such a specific number on it. Maybe Gord can speak to that. If we maybe open-ended it into funding more of our fleet or more of our frontline, instead of just like a 20% overall.
Sorry, at this point, can I add and say that we talked about there's a lot of deficiencies we have in funding. And I guess that's part of, as the Deputy CEO coming in, we'll be consolidating that and looking at all opportunities that we can't ask for everything. And given that we don't know if any other municipalities receive it, I mean, if we put this out and there's no other municipalities getting it, what's the chance? So I would, looking at the time, but as well, to defer this to a point where we understand, like we can go ask for 20%, 40%, we're pulling a number out of the air right now, but at least understand to say no other municipality in the province gets any funding for fire, maybe, I don't know, or other than grants. So what's the probability, and we can go through this versus having a strategy collectively. So if I could have someone put a motion to defer, and certainly this is something we need to look at, but within the bigger picture of things.
Yeah, would that be the proper process that I would do that right now, Judy?
Refer back to administration for more information?
Well, I was thinking, well, we can refer it or just say, well,
Or
we're going to put this on
postpone
hold when we start putting that strategy together. That would be considered in there to say, all right, are we going to ask for more money for fire? And is there any chance of getting it versus?
I'm happy to make that motion.
Will I have a seconder for that? Councillor Wright? Any other questions relating to that? Okay, well, can we get that up there then?
So we are referring to administration, or we're postponing for a future meeting?
Postponing for a future meeting, and I guess and we can communicate with Mr. Taylor at a good point to bring that up and to say, to consider that in what we're looking at for the overall funding. Is that, I know there's a lot of words there, but postpone to a future meeting, okay. And we'll put it to vote then.
Sorry, can we have some sort of date on what this is? Is just postponing it for indefinitely? My thought is if we're having an election right now, it would be a good timing to, once whoever's, actually, no, this is, never mind.
Mr. Taylor can give us an idea of when he's thinking of having that opportunity.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the public's knowledge, I'll take over the Deputy CAO position in the next few months as we transition the Director of Legal Services position. I would be anticipating that in the fall, we'll be working on a kind of comprehensive plan for key advocacy steps that will be taken. And so I think it would be I'd be comfortable with saying by the end of this year, by the end of 2025, I'd be back to council with kind of key steps or you know, at least some preliminary plan for areas to focus on, if that was, you know, comfortable for council.
Councillor Hall? All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. We need a motion to extend, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, 15 minutes. That's all. I might be able to get 15 minutes out of the crew here, but I don't think I can get any more. So can I get a motion to extend it to 10:15, please? Councillor Juvenville, Councillor Story. Anyone opposed to going 15 more minutes? 1, 2, oh, that's you. Tough crowd here.
3, 4, 5. Councillor Hall? I think we're good. We can continue for just
15 minutes, so or it ain't gonna happen. Okay, the notices of motion. We have one, Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, Councillor Allison Story, file the following motion to be discussed and voted on at the next council meeting. Whereas the October 21st, 2024 report to council indicated an approximate 90% increase in space for the Chatham branch of the Chatham-Kent Public Library and a 150% increase in space for the Chatham-Kent Museum if moved to the old Sears site, and referenced several examples of significant increased operating costs in that proposed move, be it resolved that in order to ensure financial transparency in the next phase of this process, if the old Sears site proposed hub moves to the request for proposals phase, in the report to council where construction RFPs are reviewed, the following items are also included to ensure any additional costs to the taxpayer are clear. Number 1, detailed existing operating budgets for the 3 sites, library, museum, and civic center. Number 2, any increased operating costs are clearly identified in that report. Number 3, detailed explanations of how we are paying for any increases in operating budgets for each component of the old Sears site. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Story, and can I get Councillor Jumel to second that?
Yes.
And I will second.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, now you got to read it.
Do I read this now? Okay, thank you. Council closed session report, Monday, April 28th, 2025. Council received information on personal matters about identifiable individuals with regard to respectful workplace update. Section 2392B, Municipal Act 2001. Also, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value with regard to tax arrears, proposed solution, Section 239, 2I, and J, Municipal Act 2001.
And seconded.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Hall?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
Councillor C. McGregor, you wanted to pull 1B. If I can get Councillor McGrail to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
1B, and that is the Thames-Sydenham Source Protection Region report that was in there. And I'm asking that council move a resolution for tonight, and it'll come up here on the screen in just a second. The province has asked that we support a resolution before public consultation begins on this, and as there will be some changes that are coming to the source protection policy that will affect municipal drinking water. So as Chair of PUC, I'm asking that a resolution come forward, and let's flip back over here to Meredith. The resolution is that Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Chatham-Kent at the regular meeting held April 28th, 2025, consider correspondence regarding notice of pre-consultation, proposed updates to the Thames-Sydenham Source Protection Plan, and the following resolution passed, that pursuant to Section 34.3 of the Clean Water Act 2006, the Council of the Municipality of Chatham-Kent endorses the proposed updates to the Thames-Sydenham Source Protection Plan, and provisions of this resolution meet the requirement of Section 34.3 of the Clean Water Act 2006.
Councillor McGrail, can I get you to second that, please?
I sure will.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to move the rest of the communication items, please?
Certainly.
And seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Non-agenda business. Councillor Story, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the last meeting, we had a brief conversation about information about the hub being provided ahead of time, and
I'll give you all that. So, sorry.
Okay, yeah,
I've got
I just wanted to.
on my non-agenda to fill all that in.
I just had a question because there was.
I'll leave you. I'll read it, and if you have a question afterwards, I'll be happy to answer it. Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Judy, could I ask that a petition be included in the next council meeting's communication items, the petitions regarding the hub?
Yes, thank you. Just to let all of council know, Councillor Bondi received a petition from residents with regards to the CK Hub. He has provided that to me, and I will put it in the communication package for the May 12th meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I say so council will be receiving the hub report tomorrow, Tuesday. So, and on Wednesday morning, we'll be holding a session with our local media to formally release the hub council report. This report is a major milestone in a project that is both large in scope and complex in nature. The media in attendance will have the opportunity to review the report and ask any questions they may have. Given the intricacies of the work involved, the final report is understandably detailed and technical. It brings together the results of months of planning, expert consultation, and extensive public input. It's critical that residents, council, and stakeholders have the opportunity to review it carefully. There's been a great deal of misinformation circulating in the community about the hub project. Some of this has led to confusion and concern. We want to make sure everyone has access to accurate, factual information. Transparency is the cornerstone of this process, and this scrum is part of our commitment to provide clear, reliable details to the public. Councillor Carmen McGregor had made a formal request for the report to be released earlier than we typically would. Her request reflects the very real need for media, residents, and council members to have sufficient time to read and fully understand the information ahead of the May 12th vote. By making the report available early, we are giving everyone the time they need to consider the facts carefully and engage in meaningful discussion. I encourage all residents to review the report Wednesday afternoon when it's available at our Let's Talk page. This is a significant decision to our community's future and is important that it is made with full understanding of the facts. So with that, Councillor Story, did you have any questions regarding that?
No, I appreciate that additional explanation, Mayor Caniff. I admittedly was concerned that council was not aware of that. That went out last week, and I didn't hear about it till today through an accidental conversation with another resident. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. I do have some concerns that the media gets to ask questions before council does, but I also appreciate that we have a chance to read this ahead of time. I think that's really important, so I appreciate Councillor Carmen McGregor reinforcing that, and I look forward to that information being shared and look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Any other non-agenda business? Seeing none, first and second reading, Councillor Jubenville and Councillor Finn.
I so move. So seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading, Councillor Scotchy and Councillor Harrigan.
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
Seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Adjournment of council. Can I get, Councillor Story and then Councillor B. McGregor to wrap it up for us?
So moved.
Do the resolution of council. Putting a lot of pressure on you right at the end here.
My goodness. That would be great. Thank you.
That the Chatham-Kent Council adjourn its meeting to be held on Monday, May 12th, 2025, and that Chatham-Kent authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters. Please note that the May 12th, 2025 council meeting will be held at the John D. Bradley Center.
I so move. Thank you.
So seconded.